Event number 6 here in Monte Carlo, $100,000 buy-in. We're down to a final table of 9. They're going to compete for gold and glory and over $3 million. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the final table of this event. In seed number 1, from Germany, 475,000, please welcome Christoph Vogelsang.
The man who took this very event down last year, looking to go back-to-back, but has his work cut out on the short stack duties.
Seed number 2, also from Germany with 3.4 million. Please welcome Fedor Olds.
Fedor looking for his 5th title and looking to add 3 million to his 13 million in Triton earnings with a win here today.
$2.7 million for our C3 from Austria. Please put your hand together for Mario Mosbuk.
Mosbuk knows a thing or two about winning gold in Monaco. Can he pick up another trophy here?
Seed number 5, 1.2 million from Austria. Please welcome Roland Rokita.
Another member of that incredibly tough Austrian contingent. Roland Rokita also in the hunt for his 2nd trophy.
In seed number 6 with 3.3 million from China. Please put your hand together for Andy Ni.
Already picked up 2 cashes here in Monte-Carlo. This being his first final table, looking for his first 7-figure payout at a Triton series. Andy Ni of China.
Seed number 7 with 3.9 million from Malaysia. Please welcome Michael Soiza.
3rd on Malaysia's all-time money list, over 10 million in Triton earnings. Soiza looking for his 3rd title.
Our seed number 8 has 2.9 million is from Ireland. Please welcome Steve O'Dwyer.
Absolute legend of the game, Steve O'Dwyer, guaranteed to cross the 10 million in Triton earnings here, regardless of where he finishes.
From Belgium, in seed number 9 with 3.5 million. Please put your hand together for Peter Alt.
Picked up a Triton trophy on his very first trip to a Triton event. Would love to pick up his 2nd one here today.
And last but not least, in seed number 10, we have our chip leader from Malaysia with 4.9 million. Please welcome 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭.
The name that is always thrown into the mix as one of the best without a trophy. 26 cashes, 8.3 in Triton earnings. Coming in as chip leader. Is this the time for Malaysia's 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭?
The button has been drawn to seed number 1. We still have 4 minutes remaining of 40,000, 80,000, 80,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Shuffle up and deal, please.
Well, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen. The stakes are getting higher here, and you can probably tell that the excitement in the booth is through the roof for this one. I mean, look at this lineup. What an absolute treat for all of the poker fans around the world. 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 of Malaysia coming into the final table with 61 bigs, a lead over his fellow countryman and good friend Michael Soiza, who finds himself in 2nd, and the rest of the field. And it's going to be a bit of a waiting game with Christoph Vogelsang on just 6 bigs. Everyone guaranteed 304,000 for their efforts, but a 10x between 9th and 1st. 7-figure payouts guaranteed for the top 4. I mean, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. The first of the 6-figure buy-ins. Enough of this Mickey Mouse stuff. You know, we got ourselves a 100K final table. Seat draw-wise, I mean, chip leader, his lead, but he's got Holtz and Mosbuk on his left with very healthy stacks. 160. It's incredibly awkward. I'm struggling to think, like, who has the best seat here? Is it Mosbuk?
See, that's the thing. I mean, Vogelsang is at least between Lee and Holtz for now. I mean, Vogelsang's obviously really short. Like I said, there's just so many largish stacks. I don't think it's don't think there's a very big difference anymore between any of them. I mean, yeah, maybe 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞, maybe Holes.
There it is. The hoodie as a scarf, coined by 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞. I should say made famous by 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞. Peter still with the best of it on the 3 deuce. So look to clear out, you know, overcards, get some value as well from his 8s. 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞 with the no-nonsense snap fold. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I mean, I remember when he came onto the scene in 22, and Cyprus played 3 events, the 25K, the 30K, then he won the 50K for 1.47 million. Followed up with a very strong performance in 𝐿𝐻𝐫𝐞, cashing 5 of the 10 events he played there, including a couple of final table soft bubbles and a 9th place finish in the 15K. Montenegro played 5, cashed 2. Here 0 for 4, but now getting that monkey off his back with a cash in the biggest buy-in event of this series so far. Very, you know, respected by his peers as well. I didn't know much about him when he first joined us, but I was quickly met with messages from online players, crushers, who are saying, oh, this is, you know, one of the best emerging players from Belgium. And I mean, he certainly showcased that at the Triton series over the last couple of years. Wow, Fedor's just knitting it up today, eh? Folding buttons. A joke, of course, chat. He had 8 high. Interesting spot for these 3. Very close friends. Do a lot of their studying and traveling together. But we all know there's no friends at the poker table as 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞 open rips into Rakita. That's got to be pretty fun, man. The boys that you kind of, you know, grow up with, hang out with, study with, and all 3 of you make it to the final table of 100K.
Yeah, certainly. Get to everybody shares in a big score, kind of like all 3 of you are going to get multiple 6 figures at the very least.
Get some 5% swaps in as well, just in case you're the one out in 7th. Those 5 balls, man, they add up. Note the fold from 𝐿𝐻𝐫𝐿, facing the open from 𝐸𝐭𝐳𝐫 up front. Michael 𝐸𝐭𝐳𝐫, like I said earlier, 21 cashes, 2 titles, 3rd on Malaysia's all-time money list. A win here today. I do need to check. But perhaps vault him up into 2nd. Let me get the old Hendon mob up.
Who are the top 3 Malaysian?
Well, Pulpua, number 1, Richard Yong 2nd.
Okay, and
So
so
the
is
2 bosses. 𝐸𝐭𝐳𝐫 in 3rd. Yeah, a win here today. In fact, if 𝐸𝐭𝐳𝐫 cashes for more than 750K, so a top 5 finish, he will he'll overtake Richard Yong. He'll move into 2nd as he continues on the dry, disconnected 10-5 deuce rainbow. Such a sick final table, man. I want to see Steve O'Dwyer spin up a bit of a stack. Been a while since I've seen Steve-O at an FT. Personally, he came third in the 200K in Montenegro for 2.1 million. He also came 8th in the 50K for 100K. That was in Montenegro. Had one lone FT in 𝐦𝐮𝐬𝐽. This is his first cash here in Monaco. Guaranteed to cross the 10 million in Triton earnings mark. Also looking for his third title.
If these chip stacks were a society, you'd have to say it sorted itself out pretty well. Just a healthy, strong, middle to upper middle class. Very few poor people and nobody who's obscenely wealthy.
That's a very interesting way to describe the chip counts, Brian.
That's a well-organized, pretty fair society. At least in the outcome of distributions. We have no idea the laws that govern it.
I guess we'll find out. You know, everyone with the title, by the way, apart from the chip leader, 𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐭. So everyone knows what it takes to win a Triton trophy. He's had so many crossbar finishes over the years. Second place in the 30K in Montenegro. Third place in the 20K in 𝐦𝐮𝐬𝐽. Second place in the 60K short deck main event in London.
This is a healthy prize pool.
This is insane, man.
It's we got 4 7-figure scores. First is 3 milli and some change.
How about this, by the way? In Vietnam, 𝐾𝐻 had a 4th place finish, a 2nd place finish, a 4th place finish, and a 3rd place finish. But still no gold. This would be a pretty sick one to do it in against this lineup. This much money on the line.
Oh, wow. Andy knee with a solid ace-X hand in the small blind, but 𝐸𝐳𝐫 with the goods, 2 10s. How's he going to decide to play it here? It's a lot of kit, blind versus blind. That said, a lot of ICM in this situation. But he's going to raise it on up.
When you come up against someone like 𝐸𝐳𝐫 in Andy's shoes, oh my.
Oh, wow. 𝐸𝐳𝐫 has to call here, although you're not that happy about it.
Oh my word, out of nowhere, a 6 million chip pot.
And this pot will define a solid chip leader. The class structure that I had previously defined is at risk with this one, unless they find a chop.
Out of nowhere, knee jamming the 30 bigs. Jack 9-5, safe for 𝐸𝐳𝐫, who is diamondless on the 2-diamond board. Ace and an ace only needed for Andy. Doesn't find it. 𝐸𝐳𝐫 holds with the 2 10s, and out of nowhere, he becomes the overwhelming chip leader. That was 2nd versus 5th in chips with Christoph Vogelsang on just 5 bigs. He guarantees himself a ladder of 77K. And Andy Nee's just out in 9th.
Andy just ripped it in the first spot, going for it.
Just wagging the finger in the face of 𝐿𝐮𝐬, who was happy to bite it off. Just 4 hands into this final table, we have our first elimination, and that really changes things in terms of the table dynamics. As our player who came in 5th bows out in 9th, adds another 304,000 to his Triton earnings. Everyone now guaranteed 381K.
And if there was a candidate for the player at the table who cared the least about ICM, I'd say we probably lost him.
I mean, ICM's for poor people. Right?
Exactly.
You know, this guy is just like, hey, he's now guaranteed to get a seat in any Macau game for the next couple of years.
I don't think Andy has a problem playing poker. I mean, I just did. He was there every day in the cash game that I did with Ali.
That was in 𝐿𝐮𝐬, right?
They were in 𝐿𝐮𝐬, yeah.
And that was a lot of Macau regs. Like Hecklen was there, Limitless was there.
Yep.
Yeah, they all know each other, man. They all play the same games.
$350.
Someone should tell Steve that we're not playing the 7 deuce game. But I think he's enticed to win the 300K that was already out there between the blinds and Annie. Oh my. 𝐿𝐮𝐬's not having any of it.
Not today. Michael 𝐿𝐮𝐬 up to 7.8 million chips. Average stack is 3.3. The clear chip leader with 3 million more than his fellow countryman 𝐿𝐻. On the hunt for his 3rd title. APT co-owner. Looking to move up to 2nd on Malaysia's all-time money
They're
list.
good hands, you know.
That's pretty impressive, by the way. I mean, running a poker operation from a business point of view, just as an operator, then to still find time to be competitive in poker, not just in poker, but at the highest stakes with people that are in the lab a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
𝐿𝐻 opening.
Jack 10 off a lot of kit in the big blind.
Nothing to do here but defend. Always a bit sweaty. Your 3rd in chips, it's 2nd opening into your big. You've got 𝐿𝐻𝐽 on 5 big blinds. But 𝐿𝐻's comfortable and confident enough in his post-flop skills to avoid disaster. Ace
Also
3-3.
just quite a good hand at the end of the day. Jack 10 off. It's versus a min raise. You're getting a great price, being some of the factors.
You can hear in the background, they're on the bubble of event number 7, the 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro, where the bounties come into play once they're down to 25% of the field. 1-day event. I doubt we'll be picking up coverage of that one, but you never know. Sounds like they're about to be in the money, at least the bounty stage. Well, Mosbok with a couple of 10s. 𝐸𝐻𝐺 putting in 4 of his 4.7 bigs from under the gun. Yeah, just going to come with call, as one would expect. Does that open the door for the Belgian to pill from the small with King, Queen, O? There's your answer.
Large size, extra annoying being out of position as well.
Well, that's all Mosbok. 𝐸𝐻𝐺 with a gut shot and 1 over. We can see that gut shot is no good, of no use, as the 6 would give Mario 10 high straight. Looking likely to be just 2 cards away from our second elimination. Good luck, chaps. 𝐸𝐻𝐺 took down this event in Monaco last year, beating Nacho Barbero heads up. He's going to need some help here in the form of the 3 aces left in the deck. Because they're going to have to fade as well. Now out of 5, he goes from 3 to 5 outs. Doesn't find it. 𝐸𝐻𝐺 getting 1 ladder, courtesy of that Andy knee elimination just a few moments ago. He knew it was an uphill climb for him coming into this final table with just 5 bigs. Just getting that 77K ladder, I'm sure it's going to be reinvested immediately into that 200K Invitational that starts tomorrow. He heads home in 8th for $381,000. The German's 16th cash of the Triton Tour. He's now earned 5.8 million in Triton earnings. His 3rd cash of the series, and again, just knocking on the door of a 2nd title and a big score. Number 2 will have to wait, and with that, we're down to 7. I did not expect to be down to 7 this quickly. It does mean that the average stack is now 37 bigs. And I think this is where they really start to feel the pressure of the ICM, especially with Roland on 10 big blinds. All guaranteed 519,000.
Yeah, the pressure does increase as we go. It doesn't decrease.
Yeah.
Each ladder worth more and more.
Shout out to my man Gurav. Just text me saying I need commentary coaching. Okay, pal. Let's see how it is.
Yep, flats the Queen Jack off. Now Fedor with decisions in the big will also come along. The hand that's dominated, but very appealing.
Ace, King, Deuce.
Little something for everyone.
Steve-O flopping best.
As well as being the pre-flop raiser. This is a board where he doesn't need to bet 100% of the time. But he will bet it frequently.
Bet 175,000.
options available for both Lee and Holtz. I say less likely for Lee. So he has to be concerned about Fedor behind. A bit of a sandwich.
Concerned, but not overly concerned. It is the big blind overcall range. Likely just goes call here. Fedor now getting about 6-1, is that?
Yeah, thereabouts, just shy. 10 of spades in hand. We can see that spade is dominated by Lee's jack of spades. 1.2 million out there. Crucial pot for O'Dwyer, who's got just 2 million back. Still has the best hand on the 5 of diamonds turn.
Tricky decision for O'Dwyer, who will have to think about what he's doing on the river should he check this back, yet his hand versus 2 callers does not seem strong enough to bet again. So he checks. Both the blinds hit a queen.
Does complete the front door spades. Jack 10 also getting there. Both Lee and Holtz holding pretty key cards on this board. Given that O'Dwyer checked the turn, curious to see if either of them want to turn this into a bluff.
Yeah. See if Fedor does here. Having that 10 of spades blocker, but Queen 10 loses to Queen Jack, as well as any ace or king. It's an interesting spot for Fedor here. And this is a spicy little bluff right here that I have to think is going to work.
Yeah, was it ever in doubt? Asking whether Fedor would find the bluff. World-class execution, as always, from the 4-time champion. Looking to join the likes of Phil Ivey and Danny Tang and the 5-time champion club. He can close this one out. He moves up to 3rd in chips.
Ja, Roli weiß, dass der 900 immer Bluff ist.
Really struggling to think of players.
I'll tell you what, he just said a bunch of words in German, but one
did.
of them
Was
sounded
bluff.
like bluff.
It was. It was like, I just binned those 2 guys. Just put those guys in the bin.
Fedor, you kind of gave it away, man. You gotta find some German code word for bluff.
You know, Brian, I was saying to you the other day, there were times where I was like watching like you, Siva, a lot of the OGs, and then people like Fedor kind of burst onto the scene. Are there any other guys that come to mind that remind you of Fedor? For me, Mateos is another one of those over the last like 10 years that has just seemed to crush No Limit Hold'em.
It just like came out and just really smashed for
Yeah.
a while.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. Someone comes to mind, like, I think you almost said who I was about to say.
Coleman?
Coleman, yeah.
Yeah.
180.
He was the guy who came to mind. I was wondering if there was somebody
No,
else.
175.
Yeah, Coleman, Mateos, Fedor. I feel like there's probably a German or 2 missing from the list. that came, saw, and conquered, and then rode off into the sunset. Seven remain here. Event number 6, the 100K 8 max. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 of Malaysia is the overwhelming chip leader as it stands, but still incredibly deep. 37 big blind average.
I mean, somebody who really did that recently would be a 𝐷𝐿𝐻, but that's not from a while ago, right? It's not old.
I mean, there was Sontheimer, Schlabel, those guys that used to travel around with Fedor.
Yeah. Yeah, the German contingent, the original.
I'm trying to think who beat Fedor heads up in the 300K super high roller bowl once. YouTube chat's always good for this stuff. See what the viewers are saying. What do you guys at home think? We got the translation of the German, by the way. Fedor said Roland knew that 900K bet was a bluff bet. Joe saying, I think you can make an argument for Kovalev and Ponnikov's right now. 100%. 100%. Yeah, for now, I mean, I personally think Ponnikov's is top 5 in the world.
Yeah, but we're not.
Rainer Kempe, that's it.
You're defining something different in it, and now you're starting to blur it. You're talking about someone that came on and just had that, like, take the world by storm hot run.
Yeah.
Like, Kovalev hasn't done that yet. I'm not if we're talking about guys like Fedor and 𝐷𝐿𝐻 and, like, Dan Coleman. I'm trying to think, like, did Bonomo have, like, a year or two where he did that, maybe?
Yeah.
Although he was already...
He was already established.
He was already established.
He was one of the OGs. Yeah, I'm thinking guys, you know, in the last like 10 years. So yeah, I think Mateos, Fedor, like you said, Bads as well. A lot of opinions, as always. Open discussion, by the way.
Yes, of course. Yeah, Mateos, obviously, looking now, his last 2 years have been incredible. I mean, this year is already his best year. We're not, well, we're almost over. But he's over 20 million combined.
This year?
No, this year and last year.
Wow.
But he's already been playing high-stakes poker for a while. Like, he had a great 2017, almost 6 million. 5 million in 2018. Like, he's been posting results for a long time now.
As is this man, Steve O'Dwyer, taking the re-jam spot. Gets it through immediately. Unfortunately, I can't make the poll over on YouTube. I can only read the comments. That would be a fun one, though.
Or maybe he's trying to show you. Nobody saw it.
Shout out to all the viewers around the world currently with us on this one. Over 8,000 of you on YouTube. If you haven't already taken a couple of seconds, just click that like button. Really helps us grow the channel even. As Triton continues to put on world-class poker production free of charge year-round. Not just these super high roller series, but as well as the high stakes nosebleed cash games. Get involved in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, as Roland with the open jam as the shortest stack from the cutoff, and he's gonna get looked up here, one would assume, by the chip leader.
Yeah, it's only 10 big blinds. Oh, Dwyer. Feels like ace jack off is like just good enough here. It's tough though. It's like ICM, a guy's already all in. Is that going to be enough to make him fold? Yeah, wow, that's a tough spot.
That's sick. Really sick for O'Dwyer there, as he has to get out of the way due to the chip leader calling in front of him. So cards on their back, all in brought to you by WPT Global. We could be down to 6 in the blink of an eye. We kicked things off around 30 minutes ago or so. Peter in need of some hearts or a 9.
This matchup would be much better for Roland if it was in short deck. They'd be like 55-45 or something, but.
Chop, chop.
Fedor calling for a chop. It's going to need a spade, which doesn't find itself on the turn, and now 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐻 drawing to just 3 outs once for his tournament life. Can he find it? No. Ace of spades on the river. Improving 𝐬𝐶𝐳𝐫𝐞 ace-10 to top pair. And with that, the ever-impressive Roland 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐻 departs in 7th for $519,000. Another incredible run here for him, this being his 4th series, Triton series. Picked up a title in 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐝 earlier this year in the 20K for 904,000. This 7th place run, picking him up just shy of $500,000. His 2nd best cash to date on the Triton Tour.
Okay. You give me some chips, maybe. That's inconvenient.
Sunny? Sunny? Can I change some into black 1 million? Yeah. Yeah.
Just had a little team meeting with Brian. We've got a jar on the desk now. $100 every time I stumble. Fedor gonna check his option. That's all 𝐾𝐻𝐻𝐿 on the 3-spade board.
Fedor's played a lot of interesting blind versus blind pots over the years. I feel like a couple standouts in my memory of just, okay, that pot really did something interesting. This doesn't strike me as one that will likely join that group, but Let's see what 𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐭 decides to do, and if Fedor decides to bluff at some point. 𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐭's been giving him a little bit of rope. Will he give him more? Yes, he will.
And Fedor with just 8 high. Surely knows.
I feel like
That's no
Fedor's
good.
going to not bluff here, but he might bluff the river if it's checked to him a third time. I think he's not bluffing the turn with the 8 deuce of diamonds. Yeah, okay. Now the river, let's see. Triple check, bluff river. This one I'm not sure, but I think there's a decent chance.
You're trying to get 9 high, 10 high to fold, which feels unlikely. Delayed stab from Lee. Guess we'll never know. And with the departure of Rakita, everyone now guaranteed 701,000 for their efforts. If 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐤 can ladder one more spot, he moves up to number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list, which is looking likely, as he has an overwhelming chip lead. Set on 91 bigs.
That is the benefit of the delay all the way to the river to bluff line is oftentimes your opponent won't triple check something they want to get value out of. If they've double checked, they might just value bet the river themselves. But then with the triple check, yeah, they might often have a 9, a 10, or a queen high. I mean, those hands might fold the river. I mean, I know you dismissed that idea as if like 10 high is just like always calling, but yeah, it's just check. Fedor bets, you know, whatever, 3 big blinds pot. Yeah, 10 high just snaps it off like 100% of the time. Like, hey, this has to be good here. You know, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not saying it'll fold, but it might.
Maybe I'm just too used to getting people windmilling bluffs in my face.
Well, that means you're not calling 10 high there on the river often, are you? If they're windmilling the 8 high.
That's what I'm saying. Now I've started calling down with 10 high. Now I'm just like, okay, 10 high is a snap call. Single raise pot.
320.
𝐿s squaring off against Mosbach. Firing out a continuation bet and getting the job done. Not many words exchanged between these competitors at this FT. We've had a lot of casual final tables up until now, including yesterday's one. I mean, 1.7 million up top in that one. There was a lot of banter, even like 5, 6, 7-handed. I think the players recognizing just how big of a spot this final table is. There's a time and a place for banter. This isn't one of them. 3 million on the line.
Wow, just the 38 blind rip. That's
Strong.
strong, but that's does feel a little bit safer there when you're got 9 million in chips.
Let us know over on YouTube, of these 6 players, who would you like to see get heads up? I don't mean like a 9-to-1 chip lead. I want a good old-fashioned 35 big blinds each. Let's just go for it and see what happens. I'd love to see. See, this is the problem when you're friends with some of the guys. It's tough, but an O'Dwyer Fedor square off.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty
Yeah,
strong.
I could get down with that for sure.
Chip leader, 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫.
That's who they got to deal with now, though. Not Fedor or O'Dwyer. It's 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫 closing in on 10 million.
I have to deal with him on the golf course as well, man. This guy just showers me every time.
Well, you guys use handicaps, right? Or
Yeah.
isn't that the way? Even with the handicap?
Yeah, man. He's yeah. Let's just say probably be better off putting my time and energy into something else other than golf, but I'm not a quitter, Brian. I'm going to invest the next 15 years of my life trying to get good at it.
Nice, man. That's... At least you got plans. Hopes, dreams.
Only to then stop playing because of a back injury.
I mean, there's a lot of things in life that injury prevents you from doing. I wouldn't put golf at the top of that list, even though it is possible, of course.
What about playing poker?
Yeah, no, that's
That's for life, bro.
yeah.
Still clicking buttons in your 70s. We're all going to have chips in our brains by then anyway, so all of this GTO wizard stuff, it's all going to be an upgrade.
That'll make playing poker decidedly less fun, won't it?
It really would.
Just
yeah.
have a solver in your brain. Wow.
Event number 7, the 30K, is currently running in the background. 18 players left in that one, 531,000 for first, with the bounties. They are on the stone bubble. 17 places paid, min cash of 33,000. 𝐦𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐞 chip leading that one.
Wow, both players flop top pair here. Neither has a good kicker. Let's see what 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫 decides to do. Check back or c-bet, both seem reasonable. Does have a lot more chips. I think if the positions were reversed, you'd see a lot more check back from 𝐾𝐻, and that river certainly changes things. 𝐾𝐻 taking the lead.
Oh, how has Lee found this turn card? Does come out probing. Just north of 25% pot. 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫 with what feels like an easy decision here. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I think just call. Pretty easy. Pretty comfortable. Our hand is very under-repped. 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫 likely plans on putting money in on the river. And I'm sure 𝐾𝐻 is happy to oblige him here with deuces full.
Runner, runner, full house. Lee as he hunts his first Triton title. Came in as chip leader. The only player at this final table without a title. be an incredible event to pick this first piece of gold up. 𝐸𝐭 no nonsense, just snap calls it off. Oh, 𝐸𝐭 perhaps saving himself quite a bit of money there, Brian, by not c-betting on the flop.
Easy game.
Potentially.
Could have gotten very expensive.
Yeah.
Potentially
Deuce
not,
is better
though.
than the deuce. You know what I mean? If you just show me like a random deuce, like, oh my goodness, that's unlucky.
𝐸𝐭's high morale, man. Win or lose, humble in victory, gracious in defeat.
Yeah, he definitely has high morale. I agree fully.
Sometimes annoyingly so. Like, there are times where I just want to tilt. And it's just like, why are you tilting? Golf's a tough game. Poker's a tough game. Elite mindset.
I'm happy
Let's
with the
do all of these guys. Fatal with Queen 𝐬𝐿𝐽 out of the big, facing an open from his good friend, 𝐼𝐸𝐼𝐿, activated from under the gun. It's 5 of 6. Opening off of 19 big blinds. Comes ace, king, 5, 2 diamonds. Six, 7, 5 out there. It's a sizable c-bet, you know. Just shy of half pot. Friends and girlfriend on the rail for 𝐸𝐻, just behind Fedor, as he scoops in a pot against his good friend Fedor. You know, Triton need to design a limited edition Mario 𝐸𝐻 inspired
They need to pick
scarf, man. I mean,
They did sell scarves.
No, they gave them away
Oh.
to the players. That was only for players, not on the merchandise shop store.
Okay. So you can't buy that. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I mean, the players got some.
Man, Henry, you were squared away. Just have an answer for everything.
Jesus, man. Wow. I wish that was the case. What's the meaning of life, you know?
What's Mario gonna do here, bro?
He's going to defend.
God, Jesus, how do you know these things? God.
This is not correct. That's 2.5 back.
Yeah, 2.5 back, yeah.
Oh. Very good flop for Mario, and seemingly decent flop for 𝐸𝐭, although we can see that it in fact is not. Let's see how he navigates. Starts off with check, which perhaps worried about getting check raised. Although I would say maybe Mario, the SPR is big enough that Mario doesn't do it a lot, but Mario has shown, in my opinion, quite the proclivity for unorthodox lines. Like, Mario is a guy that I never want to feel too sure that he won't play a hand a certain way, because top pair could check raise that on the flop versus c-bet.
I'm glad you feel that way.
Yeah.
I'm glad you feel that way. I think that truly showcases just how tough these players are to play against, especially when someone such as yourself, with the experience you have, even from the booth when you can see the cards, feels that way. 𝐸𝐭 against that sizing, just going to pitch it. couple of hands not going his way.
Wow, 𝐸𝐮𝐬 lost stone minimum on that one.
I'm sorry. I need to defend you, Brian, because oh, the comment got deleted. But someone said, someone said Brian structurally sounds pissed at Henry all the time.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I'm definitely not.
I know you're not. I know you're not. That's why. That's why I kind of it made me laugh. But no, guys,
I think they trusted him.
that's just how Brian talks, man. And also, imagine having to talk to me for 7 days in a row. Even I would, you know, throw shade.
Bro,
my
I'm
way
so
every now-
pissed at you. I messaged you to go to the sauna
That's true.
today
That's
before. How mad could I really be?
Invited me for lunch. Invited me to the sauna. Invited me to the
Hanging
gym.
out, watching the final table. Okay, hang out.
You have to pick one side.
Not near me.
They're picking the champion side.
Now you're just exaggerating. There was no lunch invitation. But yes, definitely to the sauna.
Oh, that's a tricky one, man. Don't really want it to land on
WPT
me.
Global Mystery
I do want
Hands.
to win, you know. 250
Trying to
outcome.
load up this YouTube. Having internet problems. Oh, we got the mystery hand. Let's go. So this is just a standard big blind defense, and okay. I mean,
This is second in chips v chip leader.
wow,
by
and
the way.
Queen's immediately playing pot control. And then just ace bangs right off.
Seen a lot of great defense from Lee.
Is he just... Oh, wow.
Hello. Just rivers a set of queens.
So, bet raise tank.
6-7-5 out there. It looks like 𝐸𝐮𝐬 is.
I mean, that's the only way it's a real mystery. If it's bet raise 3-bet, it's not that big of a mystery what his hand is. And by that I mean he probably has 6-7.
80% pot. Thereabouts from 𝐸𝐮𝐬.
Yeah, this is a big bet. So, I mean, I don't think one pair ace-x hands are going to be super happy to raise it, but 𝐾𝐨 doesn't have that. He has the third nuts, only losing to aces, which 𝐸𝐮𝐬 can't have, and 6-7, which 𝐸𝐮𝐬 can. 𝐾𝐨 basically, as played, can't have a straight. Really just think if he did raise 6-7 suited in the cutoff, would he really check it twice to the river? I mean, I guess it's possible, but just at this point, pretty unlikely. But 𝐾𝐨 definitely can have both 3 aces and 3 queens, or even like ace-queen.
You do?
So those are the most likely value hands that 𝐾𝐨 has here. And if 𝐸𝐮 is thinking about calling, my guess is he can't beat those value hands. And if you'd want something with a good blocker to bluff catch with, you'd probably want something with an ace or a queen, right? You want to block ace, queen, aces, or queens. So
5 seconds.
for a bet this big, though, he probably doesn't have queen X, right? You're really going to bet like 85% pot with queen X on this run out? No. So I'm going to go with 𝐸𝐮𝐬 has like ace, jack.
Oh my word.
Okay. Okay.
4.5 million. The bet 3-bet after it checks down to the Queen of Clubs river where Lee rivered a set of queens in this single raise pot. This is first squaring off against second in chips right now.
Yeah, this is, for value, he's repping 6-7. Because if 𝐾𝐨 Lee has 3 aces and 3 queens is a decent portion of his value range. This big re-raise, when he can't have aces, is 6-7, and therefore his bluffs are going to be, you know, maybe a great bluff would be like ace-7. It's not as relevant if he's blocking 7-6, because Cat really can't have a straight very often here, as I said. Maybe you'd rather be blocking 3 aces.
So you think the better bluff candidate is a hand like ace-7, yeah?
Ace-7 or ace-6, yeah.
That's pretty sick.
It's kind of a big size on the river, though. 500K into, what was it, 670?
Yeah.
With
That's exactly what-
ace-7.
So you just think this is nuts or nothing?
Yeah, it's nuts or a bluff. Yeah, at this point, given chip stacks, ICM, ranges, he can't have 3 aces, right? So, and I think this was not the play with 3 queens.
I'm trying to think if 𝐸𝐲𝐫 just ever goes for it with a hand like ace-7. I'm not saying he's not sick enough to do it.
I don't think 8-7, because 8-7 for like...
Ace-7.
Oh, ace, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I mean, it's probably the nuts. If I'm calling a hand, I'm calling that he has it. But we are speculating on possible bluffs. Like, another bluff would be, what if he just had, like, Jack-7 suited, bluffed, and then just rebluffed? That would be... I'm just speculating, but it's like, what bluffs can we come out with? Something like that?
Ace-deuce, ace-3, ever in there?
Again, I feel like the initial value bet lends itself to have a better kicker than a worse kicker, considering he went pretty big. 500 into 675. So like ace-10, ace-9, ace-jack, ace-7.
𝐾𝐨𝐲 in a world of pain. Understandably so. Came into this final table, chip leader, looking for his first title. If he picks this off and is right, he's going to be the overwhelming chip leader. He's going to put a massive dent in his fellow countryman's stack. If he calls and he's wrong, he assumes the duties of short stack. 3.1 of his 4.3 is being put on request. Don't forget, this was checked down. There's the one chip flick in,
Straight.
and 𝐸𝐲𝐫's got it.
Yeah. No, all in. 4.5.
𝐸𝐲𝐫's got the goods, Brian, and he's now got 13.3 million, and you could even go one step further and say
Unlucky.
that he has one hand on the trophy with almost 3.5x average. He's up to more than 13 million. Second in chips is Peter Aerts with just 3.5 million. So 𝐸𝐲𝐫 has 4 times more than what second in chips has. 𝐾𝐨𝐲𝐫's down to 9 bigs on the back end of that hand. 51% of the chips at the table. On the hunt for his 3rd Triton title. Does have some very stiff competition in front of him though. World-class talent. No matter which direction you look in at this table.
Monte-Carlo et
Both players connecting.
Check.
Middle pair. Blind v blind. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐭 kicker does currently play, but you can see 48% of the time. And I'm going to chop this one. King of clubs is a spicy one.
Great card for Steve now because the kickers don't play and he picked up clubs. So he, even though it's a likely chop, he moved into the lead as a big favorite in terms of who can scoop. And now he is scooping.
He's mid-hand getting a menu and a Coca-Cola brought over. He's like, hang on a minute, love. I just backdoored into a flush. Give me a second. Real power move is just turn around, take a sip of Coke, and then bet the river.
375.
Oh, here comes pot. Well, 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐭's got a bluff catcher, but it doesn't strike me as a particularly good one. I think you'd prefer to have a club. And I think you'd prefer to have a king or queen as opposed to a 10.
5 seconds.
Dwyer could bet a hand like king 5.
Yep. And haven't had time
Much
to arrange.
needed pickup for Steve-O. We haven't seen much
Yeah,
of
we can barely see how much you have, so it
What
would be
did
nice
she-
if you can put
throughout
big
the
chips in front.
series.
Sorry about
Ask
that.
her to leave the menu. Ma'am, the menu.
Oh for 4 so far.
Ma'am?
Guaranteed 701,000 here.
𝐿𝐿𝐼 now is on the short stack. Only 10 big blinds after that collision.
It was just so brutal the way the hand played out. I mean, played defense correctly so on the flop,
First time
as he
I
did
saw
on the
it.
ace turn, and then just the 2 outer for him to find a set. Lose the max against 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐭 as Dwyer is going to look to put the final nail in 𝐬𝐻's coffin.
Definitely would like to bust 𝐿𝐼. 𝐿𝐼 has less chips. Dwyer's the second shortest stack, so he gets the ladder he's looking for. He has a pretty good hand. It is under the gun, but that's 6-handed, so that's the low jack. This is close, but I think maybe the suited variety is good enough, and looks like Steve does too.
Good luck, gents.
Locks up.
62% for Dwyer. 62% chance that we're down to 5. As 𝐿𝐼's hopes of picking up his first title after coming into this FT as the chip leader are becoming slimmer, especially after the 8-6-4 board. Does have running spades that don't present themselves on the turn, and he's now drawing to 6 outs once to get back in this fight. Doesn't find them.
GG, bro.
2.5 million chip pot going Dwyer's way as 𝐿𝐼 bows out in 6th. 701,000. Everyone now guaranteed 904,000, last of the 6-figure payouts.
And this creates a real interesting chip configuration where 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐭 has 106 blinds. The other 4 players all have 25, 26, 28, and all their blinds add up to about what O'Dwyer has. I'm sorry, 𝐸𝐶𝐬 has. Anyways.
Lee, with his second final table of the series, came 6th in the 50K for 393,000, 6th in the 100K here for 701,000, crossing the 9 million earnings mark on the Triton Tour. His 27th cash, but that elusive piece of gold will once again have to wait for him. And what I can only imagine is going to be a bit of a bittersweet couple of days for him. Coming in 1 of 9 to then being out in 6th is,
yeah,
it hurts, man.
It's a rough river card for him, rivering the set of queens. Very unlucky.
𝐸𝐵𝐿 on the button. Ace King and 𝐸𝐻 with a interesting spot here.
Yeah, could see a lot of options on the table, even just ripping it. He has less than 30 blinds, like 27 or something.
Yeah, mash certainly seems an option.
Yeah.
He agrees with you. He's taking the aggressive line. Snap call to get us down to just 4 players.
Kind of a sexy hand to do it with, because if you get hands with the Jack and 10 that dominate you to fold, King Jack, King 10 certainly, maybe Ace Jack, decent chance Ace 10, hard to say.
6.8 million chip pot. 𝐸𝐵𝐿 has Peter covered barely as he flops the nut straight on the 9-8-7.
Oh, some hope for a chop.
Jack needed to just win half the pot. Doesn't find it. With that,
I also flopped the straight.
Peter doubling up to 6.9 million. O'Dwyer down to just over a big blind through no fault of his own. Getting it in good. Tournament poker displayed right there in a nutshell. Such a sick game, you know?
Yeah, pretty big pot there. The loser basically goes out 5th, and the winner slides into that like solid 2nd place stack, who can be a little bit more patient waiting on the 3 million stacks. So rough turn of events for the shaman.
Chip leader 𝐸𝐶𝐬 in the hijack with a suited 10. O'Dwyer with just 1 big on his direct left. 9-3 is not going to cut it. 2nd in chips with the jacks.
And now this is a spot with somebody having a single blind. I just think he's going to flat, right? Crazy ICM on this spot.
Well, well, well. Another legit holding in the big blind. Mosbok with ace-jack suited. As Brian just mentioned, the fact that O'Dwyer has just 1 big against the chip leader open and the 2nd in chips flat. Mosbok just going to click call, and that's going to allow 𝐸𝐶𝐬 to flop a double gut shot and a flush draw.
Yeah, what a flop for 𝐸𝐶𝐬, who, with the chip lead, such a big draw, only 10 high, showdown. You have to think he's going to start betting at this pot.
9-2-5 out there. Goes meaty. north of half pot. Payout's not even interested in playing defense with the jacks, as the chip leader continues to do chip leader things. Incredible pickup there for 𝐸𝐳'𝐫. Now has 14 of the 26 million chips in play.
If Dwyer folds this hand, then he will be all in the next hand. With 120, all in for 125, and the spare 25K would be posted as an ante, which makes this kind of an interesting spot, except his hand is quite bad. And even if he wins this pot, it just means he posts a bigger ante next hand. Right?
Exactly.
So takes away some of the value of gambling here with specifically his stack size. Weird 1 to 2 big blind nuances that I didn't even know existed, but realize they do now that I'm talking through the spot.
I wonder if 𝐸𝐳'𝐫 just gets a walk here. I mean, Fedor, a couple of deuces on the button. Yeah, he's just going to pitch it. Wow. I mean, someone study this spot. Good luck.
I don't know. I don't think I'm folding nines.
You got.
Yeah.
He's just going to jam. Mosbach's just, you know, ICMs for poor people.
I mean, it's a pretty big hand. You have the 6th biggest pair here. Only one hand to go through. Right.
223K ladder between 4th and 5th. O'Dwyer going to be forced all in the next hand. Mosbach unfazed. Sees the spot in front of him.
𝐸𝐳'𝐫 is thinking this through, but I feel like this would just be a torch if he called it off, and it's not because we can. I mean, actually, you can see with the hands he wouldn't be in that bad a shape, but
I hope you had a really strong hand.
I had a really strong hand. Yeah. Way too strong to shove, but.
Gamble.
I mean, I had a kind of probably a call.
I had nines.
Yeah.
Good fold. Don't want to flip.
Yeah, there. Look at this guy. Like, yeah.
A rare glimpse into Mario's mind there, just saying that
What do I do? I don't know.
hand is
King
too
10,
strong
King
to
10.
just jam, but because of that one big blind stack,
Yeah, King 10.
Hallelujah.
Or King 10 would be.
Mario will run a crying ground if you
King 10 suited.
call him with King 10.
No, it wasn't suited. It wasn't suited. Yeah. But
Oh, you thought about with King 10 off?
Yeah.
Boy, that's crazy.
I mean, I'm not sure. So I have to think, you know.
nice. Mario's backing me up.
No need to rush, you know. As long as I, end up
I
with
try
the-
not to use terms like that too lightly, torch here
yeah,
when
so
we're
it's like
talking
one
about it, but
and
that's what it felt like it would have been, and I'm glad Mario and Fedor both agree. I mean, it is possible they're bullshitting, since obviously getting a fold from the chip leader is good for them, but I kind of feel like they're not.
yeah, I don't think they are. I think they're very sincere in those spots. I've heard them discuss similar situations before. And also,
Er sollte halt wahrscheinlich wirklich, ne?
I would go a step further and say to not refrain from speaking your mind. I think a lot of these guys are open-minded when it comes to calling something a torch or a punt. I mean, we're all guessing at the end of the day. And 𝐸𝐳'𝐫 looks to finish off O'Dwyer. Queen high, holding on the jack deuce deuce.
Some chops, though. That's one of them.
No.
Chop up.
Hey, shit. Good. Sorry.
Dwyer does not
That
look
might be the best
entertained.
outcome for the both of you.
Not bad.
Sick that I actually lose a chip there.
Dwyer is not entertained in the slightest after losing a 7 million chip pot. Ace King against Jack 10.
Aber es ist trotzdem scheiße. Ja, so Runaway einfach.
So 5 remain. 904,000 guaranteed. Last of the 6-figure payouts.
Dwyer on life support, though.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Gonna need quite the spin. Down to 14 in that 30K turbo. Event number 7. So we close out these 2 events here today at the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. Tomorrow, day 1 of the 200,000 Invitational. So Dwyer with Ace King once more.
Can he win an all-in with Ace King? The last one, technically he didn't need to win, although it would have been nice for Steve. But this one he's going to have to win if he wants to stay in.
That's against the same guy as well. So it comes Queen 6 deuce. Steve-O drawing to 6 outs once to stay alive. Can't find it. As 𝐬𝐻 finishes off what he started. And one of the true OGs of the game, Steve-O Dwyer, departs in 5th for 904,000. And I believe I just heard Fedor mention the word break to perhaps have a conversation with the boys. Look at some numbers, which, you know, Brian, would make sense. I mean, 1.127 guaranteed, 3 million and change for first. Why not look at numbers as Steve-O heads to collect the last of the 6-figure payouts, adding $904,000 to his Triton earnings, crossing the 10 million in earnings mark, 26th cash for him. Title number 3 will have to wait. That's how things stand here. 𝐶𝐲𝐬, who's guaranteed to move up to 2nd on Malaysia's all-time money list with this score here, as he leads the final 4. Mosbach looking for his 3rd title. Holtz looking for his 5th. Would love to join Danny Tang and Phil Ivey in a very exclusive 5-time Champions Club.
Oh yeah, twice, right.
So not to throw you in the deep end, Brian, but I have to ask for some of the lesser experienced people out there, such as myself, what are some of the key differences between 4-handed with normal payouts to now 4-handed, money locked up, and a winner-take-all kind of environment?
Only because of the small one.
Well, in a winner-take-all environment, there is no ICM, because the only person now who gets any more money is whoever wins and gets all the chips. So you're really just playing straight chip EV.
Okay.
Staying alive doesn't help you, right? What helps you is getting all the chips. That's it. So in a normal situation, if you stay alive while another player busts in 4th in this case and move up to 3rd, you know, you get that pay jump of 1.127 to 1.376, and then there's a massive jump whoever survives to the top 2, because you go from 1.376 to 2.063. I mean, that's a nearly 700K pay jump right there. So the ICM is a way of mathematically expressing, you know, this incentive to stay alive in order to ladder up the money. And that just doesn't exist now, because now it's 0, 0, 0, and then 310K for first. So this, in a sense, plays more like a cash game. which is the same deal.
Let's go. A little
No more
four
folding,
max.
Michael.
No more folding.
Sit and go. The 310,000 Fedor wagging the finger in the chip leader's face. With the tens, saying no more folding, my guy.
How many wins do you have? 2.
Both in Hold'em?
I only play Hold'em mostly these days. Yeah. I used to play some short deck. Yeah, both in Hold'em. This is the first deal I've done actually in Triton. I had like maybe 4 chances.
Pays respect to us.
I mean, I'm not stupid. You know what I mean?
That's really humble there
Humble man.
from 𝐬𝐲𝐽.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like I have a choice, you know. To be honest.
No, you.
Always have a choice. Mosbok just teasing, saying, paying respects to the rest of the table because 𝐬𝐲𝐽 agreed to a deal. And 𝐬𝐲𝐽 just responding, you know, I'm not stupid. I know the lineup I'm up against. Which is rare, you know. People don't normally kind of admit that they're perhaps outmatched by their table mates in terms of skill set that they have. So for those of you just joining us back from break and missed the break desk, the deal was made. Everyone guaranteed a minimum of 1.5 million. They're playing for the remaining 310,000. We will, of course, remind you of the payouts as and when people are eliminated. It does certainly change the dynamics at this table. Poker code in the house, by the way. Here in Monaco, they just seem to get it done. Saw Samuel Muller second in that mystery bounty. Who have you got, ladies and gents? Who's going to be taking this one down? Get involved over on YouTube. Only 1.2k likes, by the way, over on YouTube. What's going on, people? We've got 4 7-figure payouts guaranteed. We've got a 200k tomorrow.
Come on, Peter. Let's
This
dance.
is a 6-figure buy-in. With this lineup, and you can't click the like button. What's that all about, Brian?
It's insanity, Henry. Fedor here. Not the best flop for his hand. Let's see if he decides to bet. Doesn't have a heart. It is 9 high.
Let's see how 𝐬𝐮 proceeds. Scary turn card.
Yeah, a card that hits Fedor more than Peter, especially Fedor's check back range. Quite a lot of ace-x, but then also some hands like what Fedor has. Let's see if he bets right here. He does.
Just shy of half pot. Don't think he's going to be shaking the Belgian anytime soon. Call and reevaluate rivers.
Fedor has a diamond. Feel like that makes him more likely to bluff a third diamond than, say, a third heart. But that is about as dry a river as you could hope for. Fedor doesn't have 4x in this line really ever, but does have aces up, gives up.
He also has decent showdown, right?
Yeah, of course.
The exact same combo that I kicked Steve.
Yeah.
So bad.
Lucky again.
Be careful, 𝐿. Be careful how loudly you say that, pal. You do not want to make an enemy of Steve O'Dwyer. I'll tell you that much.
It's the rail.
Should I actually fold my small blind? Maybe definitely not, right?
I thought about it, yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
I was thinking about it, but it's
Yeah.
like, I mean, he still has equity in a way as well. I don't know, like to fold it and then like, yeah.
I think it's smart to fold.
Is it? You think so? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think it's actually.
Yeah.
So the mods have done a fantastic job of getting the deal numbers in the chat. So !deal if you aren't aware of the numbers. Once again, deal was made. Everyone locked up 1.5 million. Playing for $310,000. Winner takes all. As 𝐿𝐻 plays defense against 𝐸𝐶𝑆's button open. And perhaps going to get himself in a bit of trouble here on the ace-king-8. 𝐸𝐶𝑆 with top 2. Fader with bottom pair.
Does have a spade. Fader, Michael has a definite nut advantage on this board. Fedor really can't have, I would say maybe he can have ace-8, and that's the, or king-8, strongest hands he can have. Probably not ace-queen, maybe not even ace-jack, ace-10. So really doesn't have many very strong hands on this board. Which means 𝐸𝐶𝑆 can do quite a bit of betting.
The 10 of clubs turn does present a two-tone texture. Looks like 𝐸𝐶𝑆 sizing up a bit. Looking to set up a river jam. A snap mark from Fedor, no nonsense on that turn. As the chip leader extends. We're down to 11 in that 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro, event number 7. I've got a funny feeling we're going to be here for a while.
They are very deep. Total blinds, right? 𝐸𝐶𝑆 has over 100 blinds.
Yeah, with the blinds just going up to 75K, 150K. Brings the average stack down to 44 bigs. With 28 million in play, there's just shy of 200 big blinds in play. And even though these guys are all locked up, a decent chunk of change, you know, the ICM pressure now off. Let's not forget about that coveted Triton trophy that's up for grabs as well. As all 4 of these players look to add to their poker legacy. I mean, Mosbach only joined us in March of 2023, so he's only been playing these for a year and a half. This is his 6th series. 12 cashes, 2 titles. Now has 8 million in Triton earnings.
It's pretty sick.
You compare that to someone like Ike, who's been with us since, what, 2017. Played every event. Doesn't have a title. Not to throw shade Ike's way, but just trying to paint a picture of how brutal variance can be in tournaments, especially at these stakes, these structures. Looks like Fedor's turn to get some value against the big blind. Ace, king, deuce, rainbow. 8-2-5 out there. 𝐸𝐶𝑆 with just 10 high.
150,000 gold.
If you head over to the Instagram page of Triton, you can check out some of the exciting pairings. They're going to be competing in tomorrow's 200K Invitational. And don't forget, the way the Invitational works is for a set amount of levels, VIPs on one side of the bracket, pros on the other side. Then I believe it's after, I want to say 8 levels. Don't quote me on that. The pool is then merged. So on day 2, they merge. So after 10 levels, in fact, producer James Dempsey just letting me know. Got the likes of, well, Fedor being invited by Juliang, the Sleeping Dragon. That's a strong pick from the Sleeping Dragon, by the way. I mean,
oh, oh,
yeah,
Juliang plays on the on the VIP side.
He does.
I like that team.
Paired up with Fedor on the pro side. That's
I feel like
strong.
Juliang. Ooh, I mean, okay.
You've got Ossie Kotola, the man that made the Royal against the Full House, inviting Patrick Antonius.
All right, the two Finnish guys.
2 Finnish guys, yeah. Unfortunately, my internet is absolutely trash right now, and I can't scroll down further. But head on over, Triton Poker Series on IG.
Wow, I wonder if you can bet on that on ACR. That's a tournament I want to bet on. I want to bet on.
Yeah, let's.
I want to bet on.
Let's get
Fedor
some
and
fun sweats down.
Sleeping Dragon.
That's a strong pick, man.
Yeah. I think both players are plus EV in their respective fields.
Oh, here we go. We've got more pairings. So, Rob Young choosing Daniel Dvoris to step up to the occasion as Fedor jams on his good friend Mario Mosbach. Big blind V cutoff. King Jack O. You know it's a close spot when Mario's thrown out the prayer sign. Lun Lun inviting Punat Punsri. Carl Chappé-Gatian inviting Mario Mosbach. Yeah,
who invited Mario Mosbach?
KCG.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, we got some strong pairings. Again, tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time. Be kicking things off there. So all of day 1, VIPs are segregated from the pro side of the bracket.
I wish that was a fake accident. Oh. Doesn't matter.
Then on day 2, that's where the bloodbath begins.
When does that tournament start?
Tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Okay, that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always fun, man. I mean, you just see the difference. Like, the scoreboards come up, let's say, level 5. And on the VIP side, there's someone with 3 starting stacks.
Yeah.
And then on the pro side, it's just like 20 bigs between first and last. Because like they're not playing, they're playing defense. They're not playing big pots. Whereas the VIPs are just like, yeah, let's go. I'm in there calling 4 bets with pocket 5s. I mean,
so you think the pro side, they're just going to be knitting it up?
That's been the case for the last couple of years, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, on day 1s, it's always been the case. Fedor's getting busy. I mean, the regen with the ace-4, now 3-betting the king-10. He knows it's a winner-take-all kind of situation. So I believe they're down to the final table of event number 7, the 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro.
He just likes getting after it. Fedor, that's how you get 4 Triton titles.
He's looking to join a very exclusive club of only 2 with 5 titles. Phil Ivey and Danny Tang with 5. Spotting the small. Blinds have gone up. You know, there's a players' party going on.
Oh yeah, we're missing out on
Oh,
that.
this is getting called.
Exactly, is it?
This is definitely getting called. So this for 15. I don't know, Brian, for chips feels like a call.
Small blind, big blind. I think so, yeah. Yeah, we're talking like 15 blinds or so.
Yeah.
16, something like that. There's no ICM.
There's some future game stuff like, okay, if Mosbok doubles, then he's up to 6 million, 40 bigs, but an ace just feels too strong.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Yeah, I feel
this.
like borderline buy.
That's heard Soiza say he feels like it's borderline. Wow, he's going to pitch it.
Don't tell him that one. Soisa.
I mean, get on over GTO Wizard. Have a look.
King 9, King 8.
Yeah, it's actually.
Don't tell him, bro.
Maybe should call. I feel like it's borderline, but I can't remember if I'm like. Yeah.
Don't tell him, bro. These sharks with their big smiles and Austrian accents.
You would have called Mario earlier with the King 10, that would have been funny.
Yeah, I've done it before.
I mean, funny for everyone else, not for Mario.
No, Mario.
That would have been definitely borderline. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I was going to say, there's a players' party going on, but look at the rail. Muller dialed in. Mulocker dialed in. Tom Fuchs dialed in. They're not here to drink and party, mate. They're here to rail the boys. You know?
Dialed in railing?
Yeah, man. I mean, they could be out partying right now in Monaco.
900.
Young and single, mingling, you know?
Yeah.
Instead, they're out here just locked in. Few people saying it's definitely borderline.
What, the ace-3 off?
Yeah.
I am going to go out on a limb and say that with a high degree of confidence, I believe a solver calls ace-3 off. One big blind ante, we're talking like 16 big blind, small blind, open rip.
I agree.
Yeah. And in that sense, I would say it's, yeah, I mean, you're not printing EV with it, but I think it's not like a mix.
A few people asking what watch Fedor's wearing. I think it's an AP Royal Oak. I could be wrong.
He's like a watch connoisseur because even he sometimes like sells watches on his Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost picked up something, then I thought better of it. I was like, nah, behave. People
I have
asking.
no idea how the watches that he's selling, they're good watches?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, good watches. I think his collection has just grown to newer heights, you know, and now the 30K timepieces, you know.
He's kind of moving on.
I mean, it's guaranteed 1.5 mil here, you know.
So what we're saying is that timepiece on his wrist right now is not a 30K timepiece.
That's definitely not a 30K timepiece, no. That's 70. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. For a good condition AP Royal Oak.
So you're a bit of a watch connoisseur because you like instantly knew what that watch is.
No, I'm not. I'm no 𝐟𝐨𝐫𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿. The only reason I know that is because I was literally just sat down there with Punat Punsri and Lunlun, and they showed me the exact same watch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no idea about watches. Literal zero idea.
I think I was supposed to call the hand the last hand, but I don't know.
Well, all of the players are using a watch.
Ace-3 off.
All 4 of them.
I feel like my memory tells me it's like it's like right on the border for some reason, but I'm not sure.
Not exciting.
Yeah. Maybe I studied too much this afternoon. Fucked myself up. I can't remember the ICM charts, non-ICM charts. Was it GBE or not GBE shit?
That's hilarious.
Ones I'm looking at. Fuck.
So it's like I can't remember which charts I looked at, ICM charts or Chippy V charts.
I think they were ICM charts, Soisa. I feel like for ICM, 16 blinds right there, with some ICM pressure, we can be letting go of the ace-3 off. You know what I'm saying, Henry? Not the Chippy V ones, my guy.
I agree.
Who knows? It is what it is.
See what?
He told him though. They got it out of him.
Definitely.
I'm sure you do. But
We're telling you not. Don't let him know.
I don't think 𝐿𝐴𝐳𝐫𝐿 cares, man.
No, he doesn't care.
𝐿𝐴𝐳𝐫𝐿 is just.
You're ruining my bit, Henry.
No, I'm sorry for ruining your bit, but he's just like very humbly four-handed, just saying like, I know what's up. I'll tell you what's up here. Potential double for Fedor Holz, 2.2 million out there, SPR of 1.5. And he's flopped top pair, top kicker. But more importantly, his opponents also flopped top pair.
5 seconds. I think this hand's one for sure.
yeah, but it still depends on the strategy, right?
Yeah.
Do you mix or do you just, I don't know. I don't know, man. Say whatever. You're just gambling here, you know.
800,000.
Anything could have happened. Been a long day.
Yeah. I'm 3. Espresso is in. I'm 3. Espresso is in.
You've got you got the chat popping off now about Fedor selling watches on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's not that many people in the poker world that I follow, but Fedor is one of them, and randomly I'll see a tweet where he's selling a watch, which I don't know why it's something that I remember because I'm not into watches, but I do remember it. It comes up once in a while.
Fun turn card. Does give Arts additional outs in the form of a 9. I think we're about to hear from Holz.
5 seconds.
See, there's some cheers going on in the background. There's me giving them credit,
All in.
singing them praises about not going to the party. They're out here cracking beers at midnight, I mean.
This could be it. Yeah, I mean, picking up the gutter equity along with the ace.
Fedor in fantastic shape to double up to 8.5 million and to move up to second in chips and close the gap. So we get a glimpse of that poker code rail. Double up for Holz, back in business.
It's a fair thing to hope for.
On the hunt for title number 5, as Peter drops down to 2 million. A bit of a modern day cooler. Bottom v small blind, top pair v top pair. SPR of 1.5 in a 3-bet pot. Feels unavoidable.
Yeah, the only way out of that one would have been Peter deciding to fold to the 3-bet, which would have been on the snug side. But once he doesn't fold to the 3-bet, it's
One
all over.
12:30 tomorrow. Yeah.
But there's like meet up, and I think one is start, no?
Sorry?
We need to be at 12:30, and then play time is 1, no?
We just says 12:30, that's all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Probably,
they do,
probably,
like,
yeah.
ceremony kind
Or
of.
the draw, the seed draw? Did you do seed draw tomorrow? Or today?
Yeah, tomorrow probably.
Tomorrow, I
All of a sudden,
12:30 or
Vader
something.
separated himself from the pack.
White in.
And Peter and Mario both quite short.
Just overheard Mosbok and 𝐸_𝐬𝐫 talking about tomorrow's situation. They'll be getting here at 12:30 local time for the seat draw. Coverage will kick off at 1 o'clock. Oh, sorry, play will kick off at 1 o'clock for them. Kicking off around 2 o'clock for us. The hour delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game as Mosbok looks down at the blades.
If you're Mosbok, do you trap here? Do you small 3-bet?
5 seconds.
Oh, he's coming with the trap.
Oh, wow.
That does open the door for a 𝐸𝐬𝐫 defend to take these aces 3 ways.
And a pull.
Defend he does. A complete whiff for 𝐸𝐬𝐫 and Fedor, fortunately so. Mosbok with a 90% lock on the hand. SPR of 2. Fedor not slowing down. Continues for quarter pot.
Seconds. Raise to 725,000 and a pull.
Mosbok with the check raise. Unfortunately for him, Fedor with just 9 high. A nice little pickup as he separates himself from 𝐼𝐸𝐻. It is important to remind the viewers just joining us that a deal was made. 4-handed. The original payouts were meant to be 1,127,000 for fourth, 1,376,000 for third, 2,063,000 for second, 3,046,000 for the champion. And after the deal was made, Fedor's guaranteed 1,528,000, Mosbok's guaranteed 1,544,000, Peter's guaranteed 1,924,000, and 𝐸𝐬𝐫's guaranteed $2,305,000. They're playing for 310,000. Winner takes all.
And a pull.
Fedor still the best hand on the ace-4 tray.
Check. Bet to 325,000.
I'll tell you what, Fedor's found some momentum in the last 25, 30 minutes or so. Separating himself from the rest of the pack, closing in on Michael 𝐬𝐫𝐬. Look at that. Gap of just 27 bigs now. Huge drop off between Fedor and Mario. He's in third with 21 bigs. The Belgian on the short stack. Just 10 big blinds. Needs to get busy sooner rather than later.
Oh, there was.
Aha, what happens here? Misdeals? Okay. Aces, no?
Oh. Oh.
Were you stacking me?
GG, bro. The gods look
They
upon you.
saved me? Yeah.
They saved you. Fold, fold, shove, call, goodbye.
Dominated. Or you
Very
just
rare.
were feeling lucky.
No, I had
Still situation.
the absolute nuts. Ace queen. How are you gonna win?
King 10 wins.
Nah. Jack 10 suited maybe, but. Did you feel something during that hand? A little bit?
Yeah. It was over pretty quick, right?
Right. It's actually great. I had 10-6 of clubs. I also flopped flush draws straight. That,
Fedor asking us if he felt anything during that huge double up against Steve O'Dwyer, and well, we got our answer. Soulless is the man as Mosbok flops the straight.
What? This is not the worst spot to check back. Probably even better on like 9-8-7, but
langsam ernährt sich das Eichhörnchen.
betting being the standard play, just offering
Das
alternatives.
Moosberg Eichhörnchen.
Yo, I need to hit up Fedor's
Amanda.
stylist, man. I mean,
Stop it.
the jacket glasses combo is strong, you know. Also, whatever food they just had delivered in the background there, can we get some of that? It looks like some burgers and french fries being delivered to the poker code rail. You down for some burgers and fries, Brian? We might be here for a minute.
It does sound tasty. Haven't had a burger in a minute.
You've been on the
It's
health
not
grind.
on the menu.
Yeah?
Well, it's not on the menu here.
The Triton menu?
They don't have burger on it, do
Yes, yeah, they do.
they? Oh, really?
I haven't had one yet. Maybe, do we just go all out? It's the 100K?
Or
Do we treat ourselves?
I've already eaten basically all I want to today, but maybe tomorrow in the 200.
You calorie counting.
Yeah.
Good man. Has to be done.
Just trying to lose a couple kilos in the next, like, 5 weeks.
I respect it, mate. I'll have to get out in the Bahamas, hit the gym, do some morning walks. See if we can drag you out of your pit. Had some late nights here.
I'm not sure if I'm going to the Bahamas yet.
Oh, you're just teasing us right now? Oh, yeah. I see how
It's
it
all
is.
up in the air currently.
I see how it is, bro. I see how it is.
Well, we had this discussion the other day as if, and it seemed to me as if me saying, yeah, maybe I'll do it, but it's not a final thing.
No, I heard that, but since then I heard that that you were coming. So I mean,
No one has told me anything, so I didn't know.
There-
Why would they be telling you and not me?
because they know how much I love working with you, bro. They're like, yeah, Brasty's in, bro. I was like, okay, I've got
I
a
was
gym
just
buddy.
thinking to myself today, actually, like an hour ago here in the booth, I had the thought, like, no one's told me if I'm going yet. Maybe I'm just going to back out.
There's the guys right there.
I guess I'll find out. If they've already said yes, then I guess maybe I'll said I was going to do it, so I'll still do it.
Would love to have you out there, mate. Who else is going to
All in.
spot me on the bench press, you know?
I don't know. There's a first time for everything.
It's like 1.5 million, I guess.
That's happy to open jam. No dice, though. Rags dealt behind.
I thought you were waiting for the blinds to go up on your big blind.
No, I don't
It's
think I
going up
could
to
have.
100,000, 200,000. Bringing the average stack down to 32 bigs. 𝐸𝐭 still way out in front with 65 big blinds.
Cash,
Now it's
cash
dropping
game.
down to less than 10.
One
Look,
million,
man,
I
you
guess.
come to the Bahamas, you wake up early,
Yeah.
get some
but I mean,
vitamin D in, go for some morning walks, hit the gym, sauna sesh,
No,
then we
it's
jump
okay.
in the booth
No need.
for the 500K.
No.
It doesn't get much better than that, man. Bitcoin's
can
going to
you-
be at all-time
Danny?
high.
Oh.
It's going to be,
It will be.
What do you want him to do?
be like 90K.
Like this.
But it'll be 90K if I stay in Vegas as well.
That's true. That's true. I can't argue with that, man. I can't argue with that.
All right, here we go. Peter is quite short, and there's a 10 and a lot of other high cards that'll likely prevent Fedor from losing too much on this hand.
$1.1 million out there. I think it's safe to assume that most ace-X would have been going all in pre, as would some of the stronger jack-X, like King Jack, Queen Jack. So yeah, Fedor just looking to fold out cards and just take it down right here, right now. Get some clearance.
Isn't a lot of clearance to be had. I mean, king high and queen high hands might continue to a bet this small, getting 6.5 to 1. So, I mean, maybe like you're clearing out 9 high.
Yeah, it's with a 95% lock on the hand.
But I wonder if he bet the flop with 8s. Does he have bad intentions here? I mean, Peter is reshoving an ace-X pre-flop a lot, so he rarely has an ace. You're trying to bluff out Jack-X, 10X. Yeah, Fedor's going for it. Once you bet the flop, given that the flop bet by itself doesn't make a lot of sense, the barrel makes more sense. And this is kind of just a range play. Another 𝐷𝐸𝐿𝐵𝐿 by Fedor Holz. That's a successful bluff in Mandarin.
He's picking up the 200K tomorrow with the Sleeping Dragon as well, adopting his play style a little bit. Just keep betting, man. I mean, so yeah, tomorrow is the 200K Invitational. See some people asking about that. That's going to be a fun one. That's probably going to be the highlight of the trip. Final table of 9 in event number 7, the 30K. Ben Tollerine is leading the pack. Adri Mateos in second, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫 in third. David Benefield over there, Renlin, 𝐼𝐾𝐨𝐽𝐝, Paulie V, Espen Jorstad, and Artur Martirosyan.
It's okay, you couldn't have known. Dominated. Interesting. 4-7 off. 4. Now that's sad. Ace 4 offsuit.
I think the stream just catching up there.
All in.
There it is. Now it's finally picking up a hand. He's more than happy to run with Ace 7 of spades. Ripping it in for 950. It's less than 5 bigs. See what Fedor wants to do with king high. Looks like he's going to make the call. Try and get us three-handed here.
Yeah? Ace 7?
I thought it was 9-6 of spade.
That is
going to be a tough one for Holtz. All in brought to you by WPT Global. 2.3 million out there for the Belgian to get back in this fight. And it's looking very good on the Ace 4 deuce. Fedor drawing to running kings or running 3-5 for a chop. Hello. It's never easy.
Always a sweat.
It's never easy.
Oh, Peter, it's okay, you can stay.
Peter does hold and bounces back to 11.5 bigs. It's a winner-takes-all situation. 310,000 will be going to the champion as they made a deal, four-handed.
How much you have, Mario?
14 big blinds, so 2.8 million.
Don't forget, you can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app
1.7.
and sweat along. In that event number 7, you can watch all of the hands. Some big names over there.
3.2.
We've got 8.6 thousand viewers watching with us on Triton YouTube channel. Do let us know, as always, where you're tuning in from. Drop us a like if you haven't already clicked it. And if you haven't subscribed, then, well, really appreciate it. If you could support the channel as Triton continues to go from strength to strength, from stop to stop, as put out world-class poker production, high-stakes content, free of charge, as we close in on 300,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. That is single-handedly the best way for you to show your support. Bit of a gridlock since the deal was made. In fact, if anything, it's kind of been all Fedor. As he was 4 of 4. He He's chipped up to second in chips. People tuning in from Belgium, Scotland, USA, Spain, Nashville. Shout out Nashville. Top 2 for Fedor as he just continues to mash it.
Yeah, and he's really building up his stack, but these short stacks just keep hanging around. Peter and Mario.
Fedor's been doing his best to try and get rid of them. They're not in the most cooperative mood. Fedor getting it done with the C-bet. People asking if we're going to be picking up coverage of the 30K. That really just depends when this finishes. If this finishes in 20 minutes, then sure, but I don't think it's going to be likely.
It looks like
On big blind, yeah.
that's down to the final table. The 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro.
BT, pole position. Love to see it. I mean, you talk about OGs, man. She, one of the best. How much have you battled with Tolerine?
You know, actually surprisingly little, because he basically mostly just played online. In the old days, he never really played tournaments, and he never came and played live cash or mix or anything like that much. So really, I've played very little with him. But obviously, I know who he is. Have played with him a few times here and there, random situations, and certainly know who he is by reputation and through mutual friends. So,
well, these two know who each other are through reputation as well.
Ben 86.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't know about BT. It's Ben 86 to you, good sir.
Do apologize. Small spot open from the cutoff. Facing an 8.5 big blind. Rejam from the small. Really thinking this one through. Seems like a Psy spot. Big old Psy. He's used 3 time banks now for this pre-flop decision. Arts would love to just take this down. Move up to 12.5 bigs. Yeah, look at that. Mosbok pitches it. That one's going to get reviewed in the Poker Code house.
It's not a very tough one to review, though. There's not a lot going on there.
Just the fold?
No, I mean, like, straight pre-flop charts for big blind. I mean, there's no ICM. You know, you look at the chart, you see what it says. You probably check out the reshove range. You decide if 𝐼𝐸 is really shoving all these hands or not. Maybe if you want to really get in the weeds in it, and that's it. It's a pretty simple. That one's a simple hand review. That spot.
As easy as that, eh?
Yes.
Check the chart. Chart says yes or no.
He looks
No,
strong
it,
with Jack 10
you
too.
you can get into
Yeah, I
the
guess he
weeds
was
by
strong.
deciding if
Jack-
Arts
yeah,
has a
Jack
different
10 gives
retail
you
Yeah,
range.
no,
But yeah, but that's
Jack
it.
10 it does, you know, like it's like this hand doesn't matter what you got, you know, always a chance.
How nice is 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, bro? It's just reassuring.
He's 10
Peter,
off
it's like,
potentially.
hey, you got
Jack 10
10
to-
big blinds. There's always a chance, bro. Like, you could still win this. Oh, man. Love to see it.
He is very positive. I actually played with him briefly
500.
in Vegas this summer in the main event. We were like at the same table on like day 5 or 4 or something like that. I think like right after we had made the money, but just the same day. So maybe it was day 4.
Oh, I remember sweating you this summer. You ran like top 100?
No, I got like 24th or something. Yeah, top 100, but I mean, top 100, you know, it could be like 90th. There's actually a pretty big difference between 90th and 24th when you get that deep.
I do apologize.
Yeah. Could
Now,
say
now I know the difference between top 100 and top 100.
I mean, it'd be like saying
I'm learning. I'm learning. It'd be like saying
you
I
didn't
bench.
learn anything in that exchange.
Be like saying I bench close to 100, but only benching 65. I get what
No,
you're
that
saying.
wouldn't be like saying. That'd be like saying this. Oh, how'd you do? Oh, did you make the final 5 tables? And you'd be like, well, actually, I final tabled it. But yeah, technically, I did make the final 5 tables. No one would ever put it that way, but you did. So good on you.
You know, I can always tell when Brian's had less than 6 hours sleep. I know last night was one of those nights.
It's true. How'd you know?
Ace 5-3, nut flush draw for Fedor as he...
I'm particularly abrasive today.
as he gets to work against his good friend Mario, who ISO'd out of the big to 500k pre-flop. Fedor called. Check, raise to 600 against a 250k continue. And now has a 93% lock on this 9 of spades turn. 2.4 million out there.
It's a very curious turn card because actually it gives him a lot of showdown, and like weaker hands than his might not call anymore. So I wonder if he still jams or not. I think he was very likely going to jam if he doesn't hit the 9. But yeah, this just makes sense to like turn it into a give up. You're super robust with the heart draw. In terms of giving up free cards to your opponent.
How does Mario respond to this check? He's going to knuckle back. Oh my word. What a disgusting river card dealer. Mosbok rivers trips. Fedor rivers the nut flush. SPR of 0.55. How on earth is the dealer pinged this one off? Poker gods being cruel to Mosbok, as it's looking like a very likely exit.
S3.
Snap calls with the trip 3s. 5.2 million chip pot going Fedor's way. As always, humble in victory, gracious in defeat. Is Mario Mosbok, the 2-time champion, part of that poker code crew, adding another 6 score to his Triton track record of a 7-figure payout for him as he goes home with 1.5 million and change. The title number 3 will have to wait. A real impressive run here from Mosbot, who's now earned more than $8 million on the Triton Tour. Which, when you add the caveat that he only joined us for the first time in March of 2023, a year and a half ago, and has already picked up 2 titles along the way, makes it all the more impressive.
And now, turning back to the task at hand, Fedor and 𝐸𝐸𝐲 both have stacks that are close, only 5 big blinds separating them. It looks like 11 and 12 million. And Peter with only 12 big blinds. But there will be no waiting game. None of this dance of the big stacks needing to play small pots versus each other.
Oh.
Because there's no ICM.
𝐸𝐸𝐲 getting a walk with the queens. Wow. And no waiting game in the sense that...
Well, normally in this spot in the tournament would be like the max ICM situation, because with 3 left, they'll all have locked up 1.376 million. But second gets 2.063. So in other words, 700,000 more just to wait till one of the other guys goes out. And then it's about 1 million between second and first, as first gets just over 3 million. So this is a huge ladder normally, like a 700K jump, then 1 million jump. So it's this next jump is not that much smaller than the jump between second and first. You know, just to put it in perspective, the jump from fourth to third was only 250K. So it's almost 3x the jump from fourth to third. But all that's out the window. No ICM here. And now these guys are just playing. So there won't be any of this kind of, oh, let's do soft collusion, sort of wait for the small stack to go out, not play big pots versus each other. The 2 big stacks might play a big pot. Like if they get good hands, they'll 3-bet, get it all in, and because it doesn't really hurt them if one of them goes out next, and whoever would win that pot was just probably going to win heads up with like a 30-to-1 chip advantage or something.
And the reason that's the case, Brian's referring to, for those of you that have only just joined us in the last 15 minutes or so, because the deal was made 4-handed. Mario got 1,544,000 for his efforts instead of 1,127,000, which he would have received for busting in fourth had a deal not been made. They are, of course, still playing for 310,000 plus that coveted Triton trophy. Snap call from Fedor as Peter jams from the small blind, looking very likely to get heads up here. 70% favorite. All in brought to you by BetACR. Bit of a cooler, Peter. I mean, blind v blind, king high, 10 bigs. In it goes.
Hunting some paint.
And paint he finds. On the king 9-7. Flops top pair. Holtz picking up a gut shot from 2 to 6 outs. Needs a 10 or an 8 to get us heads up. Doesn't find it. That's Peter, the man with 9 lives. Running good in these all-in situations. Doubling up to 4.4 million, and the show goes on 3-handed. Looked like we were going to go from 4 to 2 in quick fashion. Peter's got other plans.
Thank you.
Aces for Fedor. Let's see how he decides to play them. 45 big blinds effective. 𝐸_𝐬𝐫 in the big blind is the chip leader and covers. And looks like Fedor's coming with just a smidge over 3x.
No customers this time. This might be a bit grindy. This one might just be a bit grindy. It's interesting, in the 50K, when a deal was made with Alex Foxen, Ponakovs, and the Lithuanians, they reduced the clock from 35 minutes to 10 minutes.
Oh, really?
They were like, okay, deal's been made. Let's just turn this into a hyper turbo set and go.
I like that, actually.
It's interesting. I think they're going to play for a little while longer, but as the clock does tick and you have a 200K to wake up to tomorrow, one does start asking the question, do you really want to be sat here until 3 a.m.? Which, you know,
yeah,
130 bigs in play. We've seen two-hour heads-up matches before.
Yeah, agreed. It's great points. And I think the fairest way is to speed it up off the bat, probably, which they obviously haven't done. But
yeah, 40-minute clock in this one. See how Fedor wants to play this queen deuce. Aggressive. 3.5x. Peter suspicious perhaps, but nothing he can do about it with the 10. 10-3. Down to 7 in event number 7, the 30K Bounty Quattro. That was a 4-way all-in to the US and Canada. Get involved, ladies and gents. Yeah, that 4-way all-in was between Artur Martirosyan, Paulius, Paulie V, Espen Jorstad and Ben Tollerin. Paulie V jammed for 2.75 bigs under the gun. Espen re-jammed 1 seat over for 5 bigs with ace-jack-o. Paulie V had ace-9. Ben Tollerin, who was the chip leader at the time, then jammed over the top with pocket 3s. Then Artur Martirosyan overcalled out of the big blind with pocket 8s off of 6.5 bigs. It came ace-10-4. Espen was looking good to quadruple up and claim a bounty. 4 on the turn. Meant he had to fade an 8, 3 or a 9. 8 of diamonds on the river, giving Artur a full house and 2 bounties and effectively a triple up as he's moved up into the lead by a considerable margin. $531,000 up top in that one. 40K for every bounty you collect. We'll continue to update you as and when players bust. Saw Fedor 3.5x.
4 million.
Last
4
time he
million.
was
Four
in
more.
the big.
4 million.
This time he's just going to ask for all of it.
And now, does Peter want to call the King 10 off? I kind of. This is a close decision. I'm feeling like I'm not really sure. I'm thinking yes, but I have no idea what he's going to do. I'm just saying I want to guess the chart says yes, but I'm really not sure. And if he folds, then I'll definitely second guess myself. You are doing fine against any ace-x stuff. If he ever has any, you're beating some suited 10x stuff. But one of the issues with King 10, yeah, maybe it's a fold, is you are behind like King Jack and King Queen. If they play that way.
Just let it go. Not often you see someone as skilled in no limit hold'em as Peter all over an option like that as the blinds go up to 125k, 250k. So perhaps they have reduced the clock, looks like, to 30 minutes instead of 40.
Suited?
I had to do it, Brian.
King 10?
Just ordered the burger and french fries, mate.
It's strong.
We're going to be here a while.
Just buckle up.
All in.
Open jam on the button. It's going to get through. Fedor's done a tremendous job, by the way, at closing the gap. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐬 has 47 bigs. Fedor has 41. A big drop off, Peter, on 17 bigs. First six-figure buy-in of the series. Had a stacked final table. Saw 𝐬𝐶 get really unlucky, actually. I mean, at the time it was for a second in chip stack. Button v small blind against this man right here. Peter 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐷𝐻, 𝐴𝐻-King for 𝐬𝐶 against 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐻's Jack 10 suited, which he re-jammed for 25 bigs out the small. Kat Lee came in chip leader, 1 of 9, out in 6th after a disgusting cooler. Rivered a set of queens on an 8-5-4 ace-queen rainbow board against the flop set, flop straight rather, from 𝐬𝐶 as it's 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐻's turn to flop a straight.
Flopped straight. And our opponent is betting at it. The dirty diaper, in fact. 3 deuce offsuit.
Was that the hand made famous a couple of years ago, the World Series?
Yeah.
It's still famous?
Famous is strong.
It's a strong word.
Just
yeah. Went viral.
Yeah, it went viral. You know, there's now a nickname associated with it, and we can leave it at that. I did look up the King 10 hand. It's the worst hand, King X offsuit, that you're pure limp calling at 20 blinds.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
now, that
cool.
doesn't mean he should in game. What if our opponent's range is different, this or that? But, you know, Solver says yes.
Wow, so basically Peter thinks Fedor's a net. I mean,
There's no way.
Bro, he did it, not me.
Sometimes I wonder in these spots, guys are so used to, like, taking ICM into account if somehow it's not still like kind of dirtying their thought process. You know what I mean? Like they know they're not supposed to think about ICM, but it just kind of gets in there and messes, you know, oh, we're at the final table.
These guys have been playing for 7 days straight as well. They've been here since 1 p.m. today. It's now gone midnight. You know, 11 hours into a day of playing poker where they've navigated the bubble, final 2 tables, final table, ICM, all of that stuff. It's a lot of brain power.
A lot of endurance too. It's a long time. Stay awake, stay sharp. Fader looks sharp.
Fader looks very sharp, mate. I mean,
that
jacket is probably strongest jacket on tour right now, apart
No,
from Ali's.
It is. He is dressed well, but I didn't mean it in that sense. I meant he looks like ready to go, like focused, like still pretty alert. Like, I get no vibe from Fedor that he's at all tired. Just watching this. I do get like a very slight one, like not a lot from 𝐸 and Peter. Like they're good.
I know what you mean.
But they're not like
100%.
you know? Like I look at Fedor and I'm just, he's like, what's up? I just had a coffee. I could run a marathon right now.
Couple of 4s. 20 big blinds effective. Gets the
Blinds
button open.
just went up. This could be a collision here. This feels like too much hand to fold.
In it goes. Huge flip. To get us heads up. 𝐸 a slight equity favorite with the black 4s, as we've been anticipating this collision.
Pocket 4s. Ace-8 suited.
10.7 million chip pot to get us heads up. All in brought to you by WPT Global. As the man who took the lion's share of the deal money looks to square off against Fedor, but the ace in the window with the 8 and deuce behind. Gonna make this very tough.
What does that mean? Low card?
Two side.
Two side. Yeah.
2 side. That's what's being called for. A 4 and a 4 only needed for the Malaysian to get us heads up in event number 6, the 100K.
Ooh.
Doesn't find it. Close but no cigar. As Peter 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐻, who was down to 10 bigs at one point, less than that actually, now takes the chip lead 3-handed.
5.1.
𝐸 drops down to 20 bigs.
Doubles through 𝐸 and will have 100K more than 𝐸 had at the beginning of the hand.
He's
so
back.
basically kind of just these two guys traded chip spots in the tournament. 𝐸 now has about what Peter started the hand with.
Just donated post club and it's a good strategy. Better this way than the other way around.
Yeah.
So we stay 3-handed after our first all-in call of the 3-handed battle. First flip. Going Peter's way. Sorry, I do apologize. There was the ace-7 against king-7, but I'm fairly sure that was 4-handed. God, they're down to 3 players in that turbo. That really is a turbo. Every time I open coin market cap, I smile.
Oh, has it been going up?
I mean, it feels like it.
I mean, I just looked like an hour or so ago.
How about that flop?
Oh no, it's like the same price, dude.
Sorry, bro.
I was thinking we just like
Sorry.
77 or 78.
𝐿𝐮𝐬's flopped the joint. Fedor has top and bottom. 1.5 million out there. It's a monotone texture. Both players without a club. Could certainly see Fedor wanting to get some clearance on this type of texture. Wow, he's got to check it back. That's so sick. Honestly, I love this game, man. Just learn so much watching from these guys.
Well, now Fedor's hand has gone down quite a bit in value. 2 pair. It's not good enough to get 2 streets of value at this point.
Carve it up, boys. Carve it up.
And the backdoor chop. There it is. Oh, this.
I don't have a club. That the hell.
This
Yeah,
turbo
bro.
bounty's going to finish first.
It is
They're down
mate.
to 3 players.
I think.
85 total blinds.
Yeah. 𝐼𝐸's got 62 of them.
Oh, 2 players.
Bet flop.
Looks like that might have been a 3-way all-in that 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐿 won.
That's
Won.
right. That is exactly what happened. So there was a 3-way all-in. Nikita Kuznetsov open jammed on the button for 10 bigs with pocket 3s. Artur Martirosyan re-jammed from the small blind, covering 𝐬𝐿 with Jack-9 of diamonds. 𝐬𝐿 caught it off with ace-10. Came Queen Jack-5. So Artur just needed to hold for the win. 3 on the turn, 9 on the river. So 𝐬𝐿 just getting absolutely scammed in that spot. He's out in third. Nikita spikes the 2 out on the turn to triple up. The Russians are going to be battling for a title. I mean, Artur's performance in the Mystery Bounty was incredible. I mean, the run to the FT, the bluffs, the hands that he got dealt at the FT that he didn't go bust on. To see him pick up his first title here would be incredible.
Oh, wow, yeah, he doesn't have one yet. That's right.
No, he doesn't.
And I guess he still doesn't yet, even though he's in great shape right now. It's a little less than 2-to-1 chip advantage, heads up.
Open-ender for the Belgian. Diamond on the turn. Going to make it a bit more difficult now.
Well, this hand isn't getting checked down. Someone is going to be bluffing. And Peter with 4 high makes a pretty good candidate. He comes out with a big size.
Close to pot, 550 into 650.
That might be enough to get Fedor off Jack high, and does have a diamond, but it's only the 7. It's not, it turns out. And now, the river. Oh.
Fedor playing defense on the turn with the best of it. Still the case on this 4 of diamonds river.
I don't really think Peter can have many worse hands than a 4 here on this run out. So he still might bluff. He's blocking any rivered boats. And he has no showdown. If somehow a pair of 4s was good here for 2 pair, Fedor would definitely bluff, right? Like if Fedor had like Jack 10. I don't even know. Fedor has what can he be, you know, 7-9 with no diamond. It's almost impossible for Fedor to have a worse hand.
I agree.
Yeah. That plays this way. Like he doesn't raise pre, so he doesn't have like ace queen. If he did have an ace high, is he really calling pot on the turn without a diamond? Just, yeah.
Nah, it's not big enough. Peter just trying to get, what, like a 6 to fold?
6, maybe a king, but not a diamond. Yeah, this bet's not going to get a flush to fold.
A 4.
Fedor extends the chip lead as he hunts title number 5 here in Monaco.
No all in. This was a little bit too easy.
Yeah, maybe.
You're right. Fedor is the one that's dialed in right now. Energy-wise, he's like, not all in, bro.
Yeah, like slight needle on that one.
Like just making it too easy for me. And then like a sleepy response from Peter as well.
You see, if Peter's super dialed in back and wants to give like kind of a respectful, but just like, I'm not going to let you out-alpha me here, what you say is, he says, what did Fedor say again? He said, you made it too easy for me. And what Peter should say is, well, for your hand, yes. Right? Because then you're pointing out, well, yeah, for a flush, sure, but that wasn't really what I was trying to bluff out. Now, was it Fedor? But see, Peter's not on the ball like Fedor is right now, man. That was my point. Fedor's locked in.
Okay.
He's ready to take the SAT, dude.
In his absolute element of the SAT.
5,100,000.
He's ready for the bar exam. Okay?
Yeah, more actually. Because of the blind.
Looking to join a very privileged club of 5-time champions, Phil Ivey and Danny Tang. If he can emerge victorious here.
Wow, this is definitely a call in the books. I mean, we basically just looked up the spot and King 10 off was. I'm pretty confident. You know, technically, actually, this is 22 big blinds, so it is slightly more, but pretty sure this is a call.
Yeah, button open, small blind flat, jam from the big.
Oh, wait. Oh, button open. I missed that. I thought this was just like limp. No, so this is a different spot. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys.
It's all right, man.
Sorry,
You're
I missed.
excused.
I was busy mentally.
You're excused.
Button open and then folded. Yeah, that changes this quite a bit, actually.
No.
I think Fedor's locked in. I think he's going to get away from this. This is real close, and I think he's just going to go with... I don't think Michael's messing around right here often enough. But let's see. It's a tough spot. He looks like he's going to fold. I would bet fold at this point. Yeah. See, I'm dialed in with my man. Okay. It's just, once I heard him and the Sleeping Dragon were partners,
mate,
I'm all in.
Can we, can we actually get some money down on BetACR for that combo? For the team, I wonder how they structure it, because you can't just do like the team, I guess, the team to make the most money, although that's going to be whoever wins it most of the time.
Yeah. But they're pretty good picks to win, too.
I think they are, man.
Because they're like, I mean, they're two guys who are like miniature versions of ICMs for poor people. like they're not straight blasting, but they're both, you know, they like building up big stacks. They swing those chips around.
See if 𝐸𝐭 can find a way to win this one. On the king 9-3. Checks through. And it's looking very likely now. The Queen of Hearts rolling off on the turn. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, don't make any plans. Don't go anywhere. I think we got ourselves a long night. It's going to take some real collisions for this one to be over and done with quickly.
Now it's on Fedor. He's thinking about bluffing, but decides against it, and the river really doesn't change anything. 𝐸𝐭 trying to decide if there's any value in betting. If not, maybe we just check, decide versus bets, bluff catch. Decides that blocking is a little bit better. Vader is getting 7-1. Given those odds, is 𝐸𝐭 bluffing often enough here with this line, this river bet size, for me to call? And he decides no. 𝐸𝐭 is gonna take down the pot, chip up a little bit.
I wish we could have seen how it would have played out had a deal not been made. This has still been really cool, but ICM really does change a lot. It's interesting as well, sorry to cut you off, but
no, I was just agreeing with you.
I thought it was going to go a lot faster once the deal was made, but it's actually kind of the opposite. They were more relaxed, more chatty, the pressure was off. Playing a $310,000 sit and go.
Yeah, but 310,000 is way smaller jumps than they would be playing for now. This one would, as I said, is 700, and then the next one would be $1 million heads up. So a heads up $1 million sit and go instead of they'll be heads up playing for 310. It's funny, the two guys get heads up, they make another deal, they chop the 310.
It's not allowed, I'm afraid, but yeah. It was funny, Ponnikov said that to Foxen yesterday when they got heads up. He was like, we just chopped the 170. Not allowed.
Oh, it's not allowed by Triton.
Yeah.
2 deals.
Yeah, not allowed. You're allowed to make a duel, have to leave 3% of the prize pool, I believe it is, and of course the trophy. But it's just to kind of avoid people just flipping for the trophy.
Yeah.
Because you see that sometimes, right? Like guys get heads up, they made a deal, there's no money left on the table, they're like, yeah, let's just randomly flip for, you know. I saw Adamo do that for a bracelet. That was pretty sick.
Oh, so what? They made a deal?
WSOP Europe, yeah, a few years back. They get heads up in, like, I think, like one of the 50Ks or 25K high rollers. I can't remember who it was against. I'd have to look at his hand and mob. But they both got like 30 bigs each. It's just, yeah, just flip for it. And they're just like,
yeah, because there's no money left.
yeah,
Yeah.
which is insane to me because you would think that, you know, trophy, bracelet on the line, people would care, but
Yeah, they do care, but they're flipping for it. I've seen guys flip for 10, 20, 50K. Yeah. More.
especially in your line of work, cash games. How about this? Peter ISO'd 800K. 3.2 bigs. Flop, check through. Turn, he just bombs. Close to pot. Little eyebrow raise thrown Fedor's way.
I don't know about that one. But you made a deal then.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I'm not stupid, you know.
I feel like I was just born.
Raise.
Did you say you feel like you're just born
Yeah, I feel super
awake and alert?
excited.
Yeah, they're talking about it. See, guys, I don't lead you wrong out here. I'm not just bullshitting. Not only do I call it like I see it, the players confirm it afterwards. See, I confirmed it by independently thinking about it. You and I, we're not the same.
Hey, listen, man. There seems to be a lot more independent thinking coming from your side of the pond. I mean,
Whoa!
Bro,
we're not.
bro.
We can't go there.
We can't go there, bro.
Come on, you know
Come on,
that.
Stop it. Stop it. But
You know the rules.
yeah, no, you're dialed in, man. You know, for someone on 4 hours sleep, you're dialed in.
900.
Fedor's locked in. He's feeling it, saying he's just been born. And it's not the first time I've heard Fedor openly talk about this at FTs, and I wonder if there is some like psychological mind trick element behind it. Just very casually saying, yeah, guys, I'm locked in. I'm good to go. I feel like I just woke up, which is insane to say after playing for 12 hours straight.
He's definitely taking little competitive edges, I feel like, with some of his comments. He's also made a few other comments here and there. The one that we discussed with Peter, was it like 10 minutes ago, where I said if Peter was really on the ball, he would have responded with a little comeback to let him know, you're not going to out-alpha me here with your witty remarks. But yeah, I think Fedor, listen, he's a competitor, man. He definitely is. He's trying to win every chip all the time. I played in spots. I played, actually, you asked me who I played. I played with Fedor quite a bit. I'll tell you, there's spots where you're like, oh, the ICM part of the tournaments, and we'll be at some table at the WSOP 25K or whatever, and it's like people are starting to play tight. And there's Fedor off of like a 25 big blind stack, just like opening every other hand. And you're like, wow, this guy just really, he's just ready to go.
He's relentless,
He's
man.
just relentless.
He really is. Style is impetuous. Defense is impregnable. Wants to eat your heart out.
This is a lot to ask. Well,
You on break, huh?
how deep are they? We're talking, what, 9 mil at this? It's just 35 blinds? What does Fedor think about this? No ICM. Let's go. 8-6 suited. Suited 1 gapper.
Let's see him flop. Wow, that's a complete whiff. I mean, top set. Would be almost too much of a hand.
I mean, he might even check.
5 of hearts on the turn for max entertainment value.
It's just like you've drilled it so hard and there's so little else going on. I mean, I know check is mildly suspicious, but Fader doesn't have much going on here either. But he's considering a very light float. Oh, here it comes.
Oh, hell yeah.
And this is part of the reason why maybe you don't check versus Fedor, because he'll just float you.
With 8 high.
Yeah.
Well, the rainbow completing 9 of spades if there was ever a card.
Yeah, to consider a slow play here with a set of queens. Right.
Feels like that's the one, my man.
Like, how can our opponent have anything? Like, what can he have right now?
You can have 8-6 of hearts.
Yeah. Betting doesn't perform that well against the 8-6 of hearts.
Well, he has extended the rope Fedor's way, who didn't float with 8 high to just try and get there.
No, but he didn't pick up any equity of any kind. But, oh, it looks like he's going to bluff immediately.
Perhaps the first misstep from Fedor since the deal was made.
And now you know why we say he's relentless. This pot is a pretty good example of some relentless aggression. Floated with nothing. And not the easiest backdoors, although it is possible to backdoor a straight or a flush. And then just bet a turn that didn't help him at all when checked to. I guess if you're Peter, you just call here. There's still 4.5 million behind.
Does that look like a man with top set, by the way? I mean, fair play to the guy. I mean, not giving anything away. Just comes with the check call. 10.6 million out there. I wonder if Fedor just waves the white flag.
That's, I think that's a card that gets a white flag waved quite a bit. I was saying, how about a 5? I feel like something like a 5 might be bad for Fedor, and that he'll bluff it. This, it feels like he's not going to bluff this as much. But let's see.
When you're as aggressive as he is, it can sometimes be a double-edged sword, as we've seen all too often.
I mean, this card changed nothing, so all the draws missed.
Queen's full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fedor waves the white flag, and rightly so, as the Belgian
You restart the break or not?
Peter Arts announces Queen's
Yeah, you
full,
restart and then we can start
up
again.
to 15 million almost, 56% of the chips in play, and considering that he was sub 10 bigs four-handed, to now find himself atop of the chip counts. The blinds will be going up to 150k, 300k, meaning that there are less than 100 bigs in play now. Perhaps this is going to be the level that we get heads up in. Let's see.
We never know. You know, bust out a little speaker and they'll be playing this bass line like boom, boom. Doesn't this kind of just make you maybe want to drift off?
It does, but I'm dialed in, man. I'm like Fedor, you know. Can't throw me off. I remember when he was three-handed in London in the 25k. And he just turns to the other two guys And he just goes, I'm in my element. I'm really in my element. I mean, bro, that strikes fear into like when Fedor's staring you down, he goes, I'm in my element. You're like, okay. He probably is. This guy knows a thing or two.
Is that 4 orange?
Being dialed in.
Thanks.
He is going to need to bounce back sooner rather than later, as it does now cost 750k in orbit. It's down to 15 bigs. Peter kicking things off with a limp from the small.
Feder do here with check it back. Jam. He's going with check back.
Perhaps gonna find a way to win on the ace, queen, 9. Gut shot, backdoor diamonds.
He does have a really good jack high. And trying to bluff out king high. But this might make it easier to win because this tightens ranges up a lot because Fedor will be continuing to this bet.
There it is,
Which
the
then,
defense.
when he bets on a future street, makes it tougher for Peter to continue because he'll have less bluffs and more pairs.
But when the guy floats you with 8-6 of hearts, the hand before the break.
He doesn't know what Fedor had.
That's true, yeah, the delay hasn't caught up yet.
And that's if he even has somebody reporting hands, which good chance he does, but you never know. Oh yeah, this is, we're betting that we got a lot of equity. Picked up diamonds as well. Fedor declines.
Oh no.
Oh, this is kind of a check card right here.
It really is. The opportunity perhaps was on the turn. Fedor didn't take. See how the Belgian responds. Oh, Fedor out-pipped by 1 on this run out.
Check.
King high.
The Belgian extends his lead up to 15.6 million now. A very swingy day for him at this FT.
Just thank you.
When the deal was made, he was second in chips. Managed to guarantee himself 1,924,000. Could pick up an additional 310.
The issue on the turn for Fedor is that he doesn't have a lot of hands that want to bet there since he didn't raise pre-flop. But it's also easy for us knowing that he can get king high to fold. But anyway, Fedor finds an easy jam here. Ooh.
Man, this is... Yeah, there we go. Snap call from 𝐿𝐮𝐬. Fedor, 7.4 million in the middle and 61% equity.
King 8 of diamonds against ace jack.
To get back in this fight All in brought to you by BetACR as 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, Rail, Danny Tang, Webster Lim, some of the Malaysian contingent as we look over to Fedor's rail, all on their feet as well. A lot of style power as Fedor flops top pair, top kicker.
That's the funniest card calling I've
Yeah.
Someone calling for the king of spades. There's going to be a king and a king only to shower Holtz in third. Doesn't find it.
Like 3.5 something, is it?
3.55, yeah.
Fedor doubles up to
Oh,
7.4
GG, man.
million. The show goes on.
Peter now has the biggest chip stack I think I've seen so far. He has 16 million, 52 blinds, and I believe the other two players only have 36 blinds between them.
That's correct.
So
Man, you really are dialed in, bro. It's gone 1 a.m. local time, chat.
all these guys do know they have a 200K tomorrow.
Yeah, but like you said, I think if they don't reduce the level immediately after making the deal, then it's just not likely to happen.
Yeah.
A later stage. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 with 10 bigs in the small. Jam incoming.
Yeah.
All in.
Well, it's going to get through. I think Fedor's not even going to entertain a count. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 bouncing back. Talk about 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞's Triton track record. I mean, going back to 𝐦𝐿𝐻 2019, his first ever event played was the 500K HKD 6 Max. He shipped it for 11 million HKD in his first ever event, March of 2019. Then obviously caught the Triton bug. Came fourth in the 100K No Limit main event in London 2019 for £1,120,000 sterling. Vietnam, 100K main, second for 2.2 million. Then Cyprus, 2023, picked up his second title in the 75K for 1.7 million. Beating 𝐬𝐿𝐻𝐫𝐿𝐻, heads up. Had a couple of close scores in Monte-Carlo last year as well. 3 final tables there, including a 3rd place in the 40K Mystery Bounty. And he's been on a bit of a dry spell since. Did have a final table in 𝐽𝐿𝐻 in the 50K. Montenegro. It's a trip that he's going to look to forget about. But guaranteeing himself career best score at the Triton series here with this result, as he's managed to claw back and practically tie with Fedor now. Second in chips. That's how things stand. 49 bigs, plays 20, plays 18. Tail of the tape. Andy Nee is the first man out, I want to say fourth hand of the final table. Small blind v big blind against 𝐸𝐳𝐫. 3x to ace 4-0. 𝐸𝐳𝐫 raised it up to 850k, 8.5 bigs with tens. And he just shoved it in with 𝐸𝐳𝐫 on just 5 bigs. 𝐸𝐳𝐫 managed to hold. And then we saw the short stack 𝐸𝐳𝐫 bow out in 8th for 381k. Next to follow was one of the poker code crew, Ronan Rakita. 7th for 519,000. Then 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭, chip leader, coming in out in 6th. Steve O'Dwyer 5th for 904,000. Mario out in 4th for 1,544,000.
The worst hand flops the best hand. 𝐸𝐳𝐫 takes the lead with a pair of threes.
That's a great strat. I'm going to include that in my book.
What strat?
When you have the worst hand to flop the best hand.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That's a strong play.
That's key part of winning poker tournaments.
Brian's done, chat. He's over it. He's going to hand in his resignation tomorrow. It's a beautiful turn card for 𝐸𝐳𝐫, by the way. Board pairing deuce.
Neither of his opponents are very likely to have a deuce. So, short of a 3 or a 9, one of his best cards.
See how he wants to proceed. Value and clearance, perhaps. 2.1 out there. Yeah, doesn't just want to give free cards to a hand like 10-8. Wants to get value from some hands like ace-10. Probes for 1/3. Chip leader going to keep him honest for at least one street. Value, perhaps, to be extracted by 𝐸𝐳𝐫?
I'm going to guess that he checks. And I think Peter
9-3.
definitely checks.
3.5 million chip pot going 𝐸𝐳𝐫's way as he moves back up into second, overtaking 𝐸𝐳𝐫, looking to close the gap on the chip leader.
I do think there are some adventurous souls who would try to seek value there, though. And, well, if I'm...
Perhaps
might not
we
want
should
to tell the public.
Yeah,
who
I was about to
bet on.
say.
They'll screw up the price for us.
Maybe we shouldn't be out here giving these free alphas at 1 o'clock in the morning, you know? Do your own research.
Or only after we actually get our bet down, right? Normally you don't say who you bet on until after you get the action down. Then you, whatever, tell the market. It's no big deal at that point.
Yeah, do your own research, chat. As always.
I'm going to give it a look tonight, as long as I remember. I have my computer here. Maybe I'll do it once we finish, whenever that is.
Ace, queen deuce, bottom 2 for 𝐸𝐳𝐫. For 𝐸𝐳𝐫. Wow. Been a long,
not even in the pot.
Long night, bro. Long night. Still heads up in that 30k between the two Russians, Martirosyan and Kuznetsov. 24 bigs, plays 18. Both guaranteed 358,000. Playing for 531k plus an additional 80k in bounties. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 now gets to open buttons. Mins the queen 9. Holtz defends the 6-5. Just note the size of the pot now, just in these single raise pots. Gets incredibly uncomfortable for Holtz on 15 bigs, even though he's flopped best. Not as uncomfortable now after turning trips.
Lead turn and potentially river. Fader's considering. Hand is good enough now to get 2 streets of value. Unless a club gets there, of course. But 𝐬𝐫𝐬, he's got nothing.
Dude, I'm receiving text messages from stateside. People asking me to ask Fedor where he got his jacket from. I mean, game recognizes game, bro.
People send you messages like that. I find that to be bizarre. I'm just trying to think what.
You don't want to know where the jacket's from?
One of my friends sent me a message asking where Fedor got his jacket from and to ask him. That would be funny.
Yeah, but you all drive Teslas and wear, you know, I can't even remember what that thing's called.
Triton hoodies?
No,
Triton
that's
fleece?
not the fleece.
Bro, we
the
were
zipper.
just talking to Ali today. We were talking about how I mean,
750.
you know, I like buying athletic shorts oftentimes at Ross, bro. Do you know why? Because you go to the Nike store, they're like $80 new. You go to Ross, it's like $20 for a new pair. They're just last year's model. They're just as comfy, still made by Nike. So nobody bought it for a year, and they got to get rid of it. It's perfectly good athletic wear.
No, you're, for me, one of the most like GTO guys I know in life. Just like speaking with you, how you approach gym, health, all of these things. Yeah, you definitely fall into that bucket.
Yeah.
Like you're the polar opposite of Ali. You buy things for comfort, not for like you don't care about like if it's got Dior stabbed across the front of it. Whereas Ali, you know, he's the opposite, bro.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Everybody's got their own style.
But I can also respect people wanting to know where that jacket is.
It is a nice jacket. I will say that. I have a feeling he didn't get it at Ross either. No, listen, I have some nice clothes. Like I have a nice tux, one nice tux, but it's like a.
When was the last time you wore it?
I actually brought it to, not to this, but to, I think I brought it to Monte-Carlo. I used it during the FT. I don't think I wore the tux pants.
Oh, Montenegro.
Yeah. Sometimes, guys, I'm just rocking shorts underneath the table because they can't see. It's only like half.
Can confirm, yeah.
But the upper half looks nice. Don't tell my boss, okay?
Tomorrow I'm bringing the blazer and shirt with sports shorts underneath, bro. Let's do it.
Yeah, blazer. I think I'm gonna wear a dress shirt, but I don't know if I'm going blazer yet. I saved my blazer for like day 2, maybe. I don't know. Whatever you guys say.
It's in
producer James.
It's in the chat.
All in.
𝐬𝐫𝐬 with the limp jam for 25 bigs. That's going to get rid of...
Got the max.
Yeah. And he's closed the gap significantly. Peter was running away with it at one point.
So far, he's been feasting on the limp jam. He's done some limping, and Fedor or somebody else attacked him earlier. He limp jammed the ace-3 suited, and now he's doing it with 5s, and no one ever has anything.
King 6 from the small. Fedor in the big. With 17.5 bigs.
Yeah, that's the most. It's the most expensive piece of clothing I bought. It's an Armani suit.
All in.
No nonsense from Holtz, just pitching the 9 high. Armani's strong, bro.
It's, I mean, after tailored, it does look sharp when I'm rocking it.
So tomorrow, dress shirt and shorts, yeah?
I might wear like athletic pants. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's not going to be dress pants, though. No.
We've got a bit of a rail developing. They got Lun, sort of putting up puns 3.
Yeah, peeps perking up some interest here. Guys want to sweat their friends. I'm sure everybody's done at the player party by now. It's 1:30.
Few beverages consumed, although one would assume that most people
are limiting the drinking.
Yeah, they got a big day tomorrow.
Doesn't it? I'm sure there's some guys that are 0, but probably some other guys who are like 1 or 2, but then done, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
But there's also guys that are like 9 and 10.
No, not playing. Not when playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
In a 200K.
Yeah. 𝐾𝐶G.
Okay. Yeah. I mean.
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐿 as well, man. I mean, I remember last.
Really? Even when he's playing?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if. No, I don't think last year's party was before the 200K, or maybe it was.
No, I've had a beer with 𝐬𝐿 before. I mean, yeah, he can throw him back, but I don't know. Like before, like the biggest buy-in tournament of the stop.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm not sure.
9 is aggressive.
Maybe we can get a price on BetACR. I think 𝐬𝐿 could drink 99% of the people under the table here. Maybe apart from the Russians. Apart from like Kuznetsov.
I mean, they might be Russian, but if they don't drink very much, I'm gonna take 𝐬𝐿.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, you know. Not off anything. Not that I really even know how much 𝐬𝐿 drinks, just based off what you're saying. It's all about your time in the trenches, bro.
He's been out there, mate. He's been gaining that experience.
$450.
All right, here we go. We got 2 guys fighting for a pot with nothing. And sure enough, the pre-flop raiser takes it down. Yeah, someone in the chat's saying Holtz will win this. Holtz is, I feel like he's taking the most chances out of these guys, so it's like he's either going to win it or come in 3rd. I mean, I guess right now, actually, he's the last in chips by a decent amount. It's like 6 to 9 to 11 million.
Blind v blind. Belgium gonna mash the all-in button once more.
Just 3 X's. It is 20 bigs effective, so maybe deciding he doesn't want to have too much of an open jam range for 20 bigs. Or if so, he wants it to be more like offsuit ace-X.
Let us know in the chat who you think's going to close this one out. Still have almost 7,000 of you watching over on YouTube. Shout out to each and every one of you. Let us know whereabouts in the world you are joining us from. Who you think's going to win. If you haven't already, dropped us a like. Click the subscribe button as Triton continue to grow the game on the highest level. Just world-class production from series to series. Free for your viewing pleasure. The Belgian activates once more, no slowing down. Fedor with a spot here. 17.5 bigs.
Feels like a spot he's gonna take.
That's the very active button.
Yeah, I mean, suited wheel ace. What else you gonna do?
Oh my word. He's run into number 1. The blades of 𝐬𝐫𝐬. And Holtz is got 1 foot out the door. Stone top of range. 𝐬𝐫𝐬
using that time bank.
It's like a young Mike McDermott pondering a call.
Fault. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, it looked like it. I was about to say, like,
It's just.
that was like Queen's Plus.
Holtz knew he was in trouble. Didn't know he was in this much trouble. Just 12% equity with 5 Castagamas. The Poker Code crew are up on their feet, sweating the head hunchman. 4-time Triton champion and just one of the greatest who ever played the game of No Limit Hold'em in recent years as he flops a piece. It's a decent piece at that. I mean,
it's a start. Keeps him alive. Backdoor hearts. And a 4 just immediately.
Picks up chop outs.
What's good? I mean,
4 for the win.
I go aces.
Deuce for the chop. Can he get there? No.
GG Vito. Good game.
GG's. Fedor Holtz.
Well played, man.
Take it down.
The rejam, a profitable one, of course, against the button open, but unfortunately running into top of range. 𝐬𝐫𝐬 waking up with the blades out of the big as Fedor departs in third after a deal was made.
Giving us some fun hands to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but him and Mario started as the bottom 2 when they made the deal. They got the least amount of money. But then, even though Mario went out shortly after, Fedor ran it up, had the chip lead for a while. Thought like maybe he's going to win it, but then ended up coming in third anyways.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Fedor, and I guess when we look back, you'd have to say the hand that really shifted that was that 8-6 of hearts 3-bet pot against Peter. He had the chip lead and then, yeah, kind of crippled after that. But hey, another impressive run for the German phenom. Peter looking to become a 2-time champ. 50 bigs plays 38. What a feeling we're going to have ourselves a little heads-up match here.
I mean, my personal hope would be that they don't limp the button because that would make it go faster. But if I found anything, it's that
you're not wide awake.
when you get
yet.
when you get the pro on pro battles at this point, there's limping that goes on.
If you need some waking up, bro, help yourself out. Some of that.
What is this?
It's from Thailand. It's a little like peppermint kind of nasal spray thingy. Take a deep inhale of that, mate. You go run 10K.
I can't actually smell anything.
Wow.
I lost like 9 years ago. I lost my ability to smell.
I don't know if this is like the next level troll from you or not. I guess I'll never know.
No, I'm being serious. We don't need to get into it, but yeah.
no, you're good, you're good. Just it felt like that was
Some of those
an
things.
incredible troll.
But I thought I'd play along and pretend to smell it for you.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
That's high morale, team effort there at 2 a.m. It's little things like that. Keep us a unit. There's the button limp from Peter. 𝐸𝐭 just going to check his option. Fun one, by the way. I mean, Queen 9, spades, open ender for 𝐸𝐭. Peter with the King of Spades in hand.
This big little could start bluffing. And he will. This big little here unblocks hands that call once and fold again, so wouldn't be surprised, such as potentially Jack 10, Jack 8, etc. Wouldn't be surprised if Peter keeps bluffing. Ooh, but check raise is gonna likely end the pot right here, you would think.
It's a sizable check raise as well. 3.3x. Yeah, it gets the job done. So first blood goes the Malaysian's way. A little round of applause there from Israel. So Punat over there, Danny Tang. I think Phil Nagy snagged the piece for like 500K. KT was rocking the roulette watch. Well, the hand that vaulted him into the chip lead, three-handed against Fedor Holtz. Now facing a limp. Blinds have just gone up. 200K, 400K.
Not on my watch, says Peter. This is a lot to put in with 10 deuce, even suited. Too much, in fact.
𝐸𝐭 agrees. So one apiece. Heads up for anyone counting.
There it is, the sleek and elegant Triton trophy, one of a kind.
That's a pretty sick trophy.
Every poker player would want one for their trophy case. It looks like it could double as a hat rack as well.
It could. It really could. You put
like a stylish one.
Yeah,
you know?
Swaggy P's bucket hat or one of Shulman's bucket hats.
Yeah.
Or Rick Solomon, you know. 𝐸𝐭 knuckling this one back. Good job he did. Peter wouldn't have been going anywhere pre-flop, and he certainly wouldn't have been going anywhere on this flop. Open-ender, backdoor spades. It's going to come with north of half pot. No nonsense from 𝐸𝐳𝐫. So I didn't realize that the blinds were going to go up so quickly. There was only 5 minutes left of big blind 300K. So we're looking at a 33 big blind average stack. 36 bigs plays 30 with a 30-minute clock. Good luck, gentlemen. This is exactly what we asked for at the beginning of the final table. It's like a 30 to 35 big blind average heads-up match. May the best man win.
$1.1.
My partner wistfully commenting that he's surprised at how quickly the blinds are moving up as this heads-up match continues at 1:45 a.m. I'm sitting here thinking, man, they're not moving up fast enough. But it's admirable how much you really love it, Henry. You love the poker.
Do you know what's
Like
admirable, Brian?
Watching 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 in my mind, where he's like rubbing his chest going, I love poker.
Oh, man. Oh, that's quite the image at 2 a.m. I tell you what's admirable, Brian, is no one could ever take away from you that you are very much your own man, you know? I love that about you. I always know where I stand with you. Just a very no bullshit kind of guy.
I just like saying what I'm thinking.
Good man.
Anything else feels too complicated.
850.
I love it, mate. See if 𝐸𝐳𝐫 can extract some value here. No, sir. You're not interested in getting sticky with queen high. 𝐸𝐳𝐫 extending.
Peter, feel like he's gonna raise this one up? Nope, just limp.
So far, I think he's limped every button.
Check.
Very small sample, but
Yeah, maybe he's going with a limp dominant, limp only strat. We'll see. Something to keep tabs on, certainly.
it's working out for him on this board. Top pair. Nothing to write home about for 𝐸𝐳𝐫. A little 7 dangler wrapped around the 6-5, but I am seeing things at 2 a.m.
The check back designed, one of the main reasons for doing it is to keep in hands exactly like 𝐸𝐳𝐫's that have 0 immediate outs to beat us and probably fold the flop to a c-bet. This point feels like too much hand to just check back again. You want to get 2 streets of value and grow the pot, and it's even good enough that you're comfortable playing versus check raise. Like, you're even ahead of some hands.
Unfortunately for him, 𝐸𝐳𝐫 with just 10 high. They exchange small blows.
Underneath the patches, 𝐸𝐳𝐫 has on a Triton hoodie. I like that new touch where in the inside of the hood they have the little mini Triton logos on the on the fabric.
Yeah, that's a sick hoodie.
It's pretty sharp.
Shout out to the Asian Poker Tour as well. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐜 is a co-owner of. Doing incredible things to grow the game in Asia. Just record-breaking numbers, record-breaking fields, it seems, at every stop. And really just have done a great job at cementing themselves as the brand to beat on Asian soil. A lot of love going their way, always supported by the Triton co-founders, Paul Pua and Richard Yong, part of that big Malaysian family. It's doing so much to grow the game. I mean, where would poker be without the Malaysians? Let's be honest.
Yeah, there's not too many, kind of a small group of people who have really done things to advance it, like multiple things on multiple fronts, that they're part of it. The former owner of Poker Stars, especially when he bought Full Tilt, like Carrie Katz, a few people that have really stand out.
Just love the game. It's like the good old Macau days. Led to Triton. Paul used to call up top pros from America to fly over and play like nosebleed cash games with him when he was like starting out. He was like, if they do that, they have to show down their hand, every hand, and explain to him why, so he could learn.
Well, thank you for letting me know. I was actually there. I was there, and I was actually the pro who Paul came up with that rule for. Was playing with him in the win. This was before the Epic where he was flying out any pros. I was there with a couple buddies. I had not, and I played with Paul. This was during the WSOP that I skipped out on the first like 3 or 4 weeks of it. Can't remember how many years ago. And during the time that I was there, the Chinese VIPs or whatever, I don't know, but it was reported to me that we were all going to show our hands when you won a pot. And I didn't find out till much later that it was actually Paul who thought of that rule, because he wanted to see what everybody was doing to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that it came up that I went back most of the way through the WSOP, like, where were you, Brian? Had my friends tell people I was broke, just to like mess around with, you know. So, yeah. And then actually they stopped playing at the Wynn and started playing at the Grand Lisboa, was where the first place where they had the private game before it later moved on to the, whatever that casino was next to the Wynn, Star World. And then it was like a year after that, they played just the age, but then he started flying out people, and sure enough, guys like John Juanda, Durr, Andrew Roble, a bunch of people came out and played. But
you've been around the block, eh?
I didn't get called to fly out though. I had during that first summer though, I smashed all of them. I was the big winner in that game that summer.
You've been around the block, so Rast. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐜 getting a cheeky one through that previous hand, by the way, getting the 8s to fold. It was a limped pot. Ace, king, queen, check call to c-bet. Oh, sorry, a stab rather of 700k into 1.2. Turn went check, check. River was a board pairing, flush completing. Card that 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐜 led out on, and Peter folded the 8s. Just not giving 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐜 credit for Jack high, 10 high. Man, to be a fly on the wall of those games back then, pal, I bet you've seen some things.
Yeah, quite a few. There are feels like maybe just a few too many blinds to rip. Even though this is a type of hand that does like just open jamming.
I believe he's played limp only strat thus far. Again, very small sample. We're only about 12 hands in. But this is exactly what could happen when you do limp. Allows your opponent to get there.
But 𝐸 was, to be fair, Queen 8 wouldn't have folded to a raise anyways.
To a raise, yeah, for sure.
Wow, versus one big blind, third pot. 𝐸 has options here. One of them isn't fold, but the other two are both on the table.
Looks like he rolled the aggressive line.
I think 𝐼RTZ, I mean, this raise isn't that big. He has to call 800 to win 2.8, so he's getting 3.5 to 1. He has a heart, he has bottom pair, his overcard, his other card is clean, doesn't interact with the board in any meaningful way. That, however, is not a good card for Peter. Likely will save him money if 𝐸 continues to bet. It's gotten to the point where it's a little hard for him to continue to further aggression. The flip side is that 𝐸 also needs to be concerned now with the 3. Some straights have got there. Some other hands like 6-3, 4-3 all might float a check raise. Although
2.2.
all that said, top pair is still probably good. And 𝐸 is going to keep betting. And I just don't see how Peter can really continue anymore. It would be ambitious. That's for sure.
He's going to save that ambition for future spots, as 𝐸 has done an incredible job of separating himself from his opponent. They came into this heads-up match 50 big blinds against 38. That was with, what, 5 minutes left on the clock. Now 𝐸 has extended his chip lead to more than 2 to 1. I think we know what 𝐼RTZ is going to do here. Maybe raising it up. King, queen. Just shy of 4x. 3.75 to be precise. 𝐸 comes with limp call. Oh my word. Jack 10-9. Nut straight for Peter. Top and bottom for 𝐸, and at this stack to pot ratio, surely the money going to be finding its way into the middle.
Yeah, wow, what a flop. This is going to be a double for Peter unless 𝐸 can boat up.
Done an incredible job just separating himself from the Belgian. There's the jam. That's going to get snapped.
Ooh, I have outs.
Does
Two pair
have
against a flop
outs.
straight. I have two pair here as a flop straight. Yeah, we can, yeah.
King Queen.
You see 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐠 rail stand up. Danny Tang calling for a four-sider. Four-side needed, or a jack.
That would end it.
Doesn't find it. He's up to 16.2 million. Taking the chip lead for the first time in this heads-up match. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐠 still healthy. 25 bigs, 10 million chips.
Yeah, we will keep on going.
You sound thrilled.
I am.
Button moves, yeah?
Bang on 10 million chips. 38% of the chips in play. Byproduct of chipping up nicely. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐠 still in this fight, even after doubling up the Belgian.
It's on Peter. So, given what we think his strategy is, it feels like a limp is coming.
Just played pure limp throughout this heads-up match. Even at varying stack depths. Seven minutes left until the blinds go up to big blind 500K, where the average stack will drop down to 26 bigs.
It's the 8 high nothing. Likely to bluff at some point, although we can see that's not going to work unless he chooses a ridic big sizing. Yep, this sizing won't get it done. And to answer the when is he going to bluff question, it's right off the bat.
So they're just going to come with check call. 2 million out there. Remains unimproved.
Doesn't seem to be a lot of reasons to double barrel here. Peter has no equity, no relevant blockers, not a heart. And it's unclear to me that this board is really much better for him at this point anymore.
Definitely not going to work for him now.
So he has an interesting decision about whether to value bet or induce with a check. It looks like he's decided to just value bet his hand, which against nothing will just end the pot right here.
He's gone meaty as well. 75% pot. Obviously no nonsense from the 8 high. For those of you that have just stumbled into the stream the last half hour or so, where have you been? I mean, we've been here all day. But for the few of you that have only just joined us, a deal was made four-handed between Michael 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐠, Peter Aerts, Fedor Holz, and Mario Mosbach. And the original payouts were meant to be 1.1 million for fourth. It was Mario who ended up going home in fourth. He actually received $1,544,000 for his efforts. Fader was meant to receive 1.3 for going home in third, but because of the deal, he locked up $1,528,000. Runner-up in this one was meant to receive $2,063,000. Peter and 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 have locked up a decent chunk of change after that deal. Peter guaranteed $1,924,000. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 guaranteed $2,305,000. They're playing for $310,000 plus that coveted Triton trophy, as 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 comes with limp call. Last time around, it cost him a double. Not going to be the case on this board. 9-5-4. Top pair, very decent kicker for 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜. 3.6 million out there. It's going to practically tie with Peter, unless the Belgian finds a way to win it. Continuing for quarter pot.
King 9 is a
2.7
very
million.
good hand at this point. Yeah, so 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 is just going to raise. I mean, you don't mind playing it fast right now. No reason to slow play. Your hand's probably good. A lot of weird overcards can come, such as in this particular instance. Ace or a jack.
Just gets the job done. There's a tone of surprise in my voice. I mean, ace-jack just giving up immediately, even with jack of clubs in hand.
I mean,
Heads up, ace high is a
yeah,
strong
it's
hand, man.
it's close. It is interesting he didn't think about it a little more, but it seemed like he knew what he wanted to do.
Well, with that, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 has regained the chip lead. 34 bigs, plays 31. As we see Hans continue with the button limp strategy. And 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 just happy to oblige. I mean, getting to see a ton of flops. Oh, here we go. This is the first ISO with rags from 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜. Kind of recognizing that his man's getting away with too many button limps. No, it's not going anywhere with the King 8. That's a fun flop. 9-8-3, enough of a piece for both to continue in some fashion. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 opting to not see that. So a turn we go. Well,
Look at that. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 might bet now the delayed c-bet versus the check back range, yeah? After it was limp 4x call. right? Pre-flop.
That's exactly what went down, yeah.
2 million.
There it is. Right on cue, the delayed c-bet from 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫. Let's see, it's not going to work. The question is, what does Peter do here? Does he just come with call? Does he try and play for all of it right here, right now?
There are a lot of draws on this board. Equity denial can look very tempting. When you just call, you're pretty much never folding a river if you slow play here.
Wow, those are raising chips. Yeah, he's going to play equity denial. Snap fold from 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫.
Yeah, you figure when you raise there, if my opponent has a king himself, I'm just going to get it all playing it this way. But, I mean, Peter is blocking a king, having one himself.
Oh, regains the chip lead. Chip lead exchanged on 3 occasions in just 4 hands. Blinds going up, 250k, 500k. 33 bigs, plays 19. Man, the boys are knackered. You can tell. So brutal after 12 hours, 12 and a half hours of playing, to then reach up and be forced to be involved in every hand. Nowhere to hide once you get heads up. 𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫 opting to limp the button, has allowed the 6-3 to flop best. This one does check through. Peter looking likely to extend his chip lead. It's almost 2-1 after this hand. See if he can squeeze out some value here from this king high. No, sir. So 17 mil, plays 9.2.
𝐬𝐫𝐬𝐫 folds quickly there.
Yeah, you can see the fatigue on both setting in, understandably so. 34 bigs, plays 18. Chip counts brought to you by WPT Global. Andy Nee out in 9th, Volksang in 8th, Rakita in 7th, Kiat Lee, who came in as chip leader, out in 6th. Steve O'Dwyer, after losing that massive pot, ace-king against Peter's Jack-10. A 50 big blind pot. He bowed out in 5th.
Did you already announce the winner for the Turbo Bounty Quattro?
I did not. Go ahead, Brian.
It looks
you dialed in, man.
like it's Artur Martirosyan who won his
Hell
first Triton title.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he was threatening a win, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have the cards help you out enough, but he was playing great in that last tournament, so I guess the cards helped him a little bit more in this one.
Yeah, well, that 2-outer that he spiked in that 4-way all-in against Paulie V, Ben 86 and Espen Jorstad certainly helped him on his way to victory. As both players connect with bottom pair here.
seems like a hand that's pretty likely to get checked down. Unless maybe a fourth heart comes, but 𝐸 finds a value bet. Right now, both guys, bottom pair, good kicker.
Well, 𝐸 backs in to the third, not flush.
Queen of hearts.
I don't think Peter even realised there was 4 hearts on board there. Took him a moment to register that one. That's clean, bro. That is clean. Give me one of those.
Gotta earn it.
I tried, man. I tried in 𝐽𝐽. I got Steve O'Dwyer.
What does that mean?
It means I got Steve O'Dwyer, bro. Like, he got me.
Oh, he busted you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know someone busted you. So someone busts you. It's like I got 𝐸.
No. It's just Steve-O, bro.
Oh, just Stevie.
Yeah, there's
Or Steve-O.
a. That's special. That is, you know. That's an honor to get eliminated in your first Triton event by Steve O'Dwyer.
Well, he does have that little Buddha. Is that it right there? The little lucky charm?
Yeah, that's it right there, man. That's mine now.
Did he give that to you after he busted you?
No. It was here on the desk. I think he gave it to Ali.
Yeah, I thought it was Ali's. I thought, wow, he gave one to you too. I'm like, I'm the only commentator he's never given a lucky Buddha charm. Well, Ali like brought it out like it was so meaningful, and now he's just left it on the desk.
That sounds like Ali. It does sound like Ali.
Gotta message him, bro. I'm gonna send him a little message.
Perhaps that's why Steve-O went home in fifth. Here, take a picture of me. Send it
Oh,
to him.
even better. Yeah.
Oh, man. I love Ali. What a human being that man is. This one's checked down to the river.
Will?
Queen high.
Good.
𝐸 does not opt to bluff.
So 2-1 chip lead now for the Belgian. Steve-O, Steve-O. Man, you want to ask, you know, who loves it more? I honestly don't think there are many people that love it more than Steve-O. He went to Japan for 6 weeks to play in these like charity events, these like super low stake fundraiser events where the buy-in was like, we're talking $70. And this was straight after a Triton. So he goes from playing 200K buy-ins to like $70 buy-ins.
All in.
𝐸 mashes the all-in button. Not going to get any action from Peter. And yeah, I remember seeing him put out some tweet where he like apparently triple barreled and some lady called him down with queen high and she was good. He was like, welcome to Japan, I guess. I mean, welcome to $50 buy-ins, mate.
You gotta go play bigger where they respect your bets.
Exactly. I mean, at those stakes, that's really where people just like stare you down. They're like, no, this kid's not got it. I call. Queen high, yes, good.
No,
Queen high's good,
he doesn't
lady.
have it. I call. You're like, man, I got queen high. Oh, me too. What's your kicker? Oh, queen 10. Oh, that's good. definitely queen 9. Classic call with a hand that can't even beat some bluffs move.
Poker is alive and well, my friend.
Here we are, queen 3 off. Could this be a candidate for a little 3x action? But I don't know. Peters just feels real comfy playing post flop.
Yeah.
Like, he's not trying to play big pots, which is why this is taking an eternity. He's like,
tell us how you truly feel.
I'm going to make this so long and drawn out. My opponent's going to get so bored. He'll just stop bluffing with 9 high. He just wants it to end inside so badly. I'm going to outlast him.
There's different layers to this game, man.
Yeah.
All you kids out there studying solvers, no. That's not where the money's made. How long can you drag out a match when your opponent just gives up on the inside? That's where the money's made.
It's psychology and the art of war. Okay? That's what it is.
Yeah, go read some philosophy.
Yeah, Sun Tzu, dog.
Great book.
Boom. Oh, here we are. It's beautiful Monaco. It's a beautiful building. Oh, I think Ollie got the picture. He's here for his little Stevie O
Look at him.
That sheepish grin.
Who was that? That Chinese army general that you were talking about the other day, that Xu Liang reminds you of? Sleeping Dragon.
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽.
That's
but
right.
it's spelled ZHUGE. He's
that's right.
Maybe the most famous general from the real famous romance of the Three Kingdoms, like warring Three Kingdoms, part of Chinese history.
Qin Dynasty?
It's kind of between dynasties.
Oh, is it really?
I believe, yeah. That's why the country was fractured and warring. But I don't want to say that for sure, but I think that's the case.
I was reading about his exploits in the 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene the other day.
Oh, he wrote about.
He was in.
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽?
Yeah, he
Okay.
was. His exploits were in there. I just thought it was really funny after you had mentioned it and compared the Sleeping Dragon to him, and he was also known as the Sleeping Dragon. I mean, you already knew this, right?
Who else is also known?
The general that you
Oh,
were
yeah.
referring to.
No, I did. That's why. Yeah, that's why he has the nickname.
Right.
Yes.
Story
I thought you were
checks out.
saying the author is also known as something. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the
that's
Sleeping
why he
Dragon.
got the nickname. I'm nicknaming after the Chinese general's nickname, and they have similar names.
They do, yeah.
But their surname being the same, Liang.
It's close enough.
The forename looking quite different, but to a Westerner, the sound of it seems similar. So I'm like, you know what, I'm going to roll with this. Now here we are on the river. 𝐸 has just queen high, does have an 8. Will he continue betting? A little blufferoo?
Feels like.
Wow.
It's about to say, feels like a mandatory one.
Yeah, it felt like a
Queen eye.
mandatory one to me.
This is the biggest lead either of these two players have had so far in this heads-up match. And of course, very easy to say when we're sat in here. You can see the holdings. It's a lot different out there when you've been grinding for 13 hours now. Some things aren't as clear-cut. I've seen Peter attack some of the button limps. Up until now, he's had the goods every time. It's been King, Queen, and Ace, Jack. Was thinking about it.
Okay, another flop where we've all got a little something we can fight for. Peter with a gutter, one of the only draws this you can have on this board. Immediate draws, right, at least. And 𝐸𝐶𝐫 with middle pair, backdoor flush draw. They're both checking. That turns into pair of sixes with a flush draw. Peter still just has 4 high and a gutty. This feels like delayed c-bet territory.
It's an interesting one, right? Because this turn does bring so many additional gut shots. As long as he's willing to follow through on a decent amount of rivers.
Definitely won't work here. But I do wonder if Peter has plans to bet again on the river. Because he has the nut low if he doesn't improve, so 4 high won't win at Showdown.
Does he now try and fold out some like 10-7, 10-8, Queen 10?
Yeah. He doesn't need a big bet size to do that either. So if he's just trying to target other kind of missed draws, he might bet kind of small. If he wants to start targeting stuff like pairs, and I think he has to go a little bit bigger.
That's interesting. So bet
He's kind of going in between.
Half pot on the river.
This definitely should get stuff like 10 high and jack high to fold. Will it get a 6 to fold? I would say probably not, but it's possible. 𝐸𝐶𝐫 might fold a 6 to this size. But I think he probably ends up calling. Ooh, ends up letting it go.
Yeah, it's getting away with a couple of things so far. This heads-up match all kind of shifted in that 4x pot where he flopped the nut straight against bottom 2. So now we're looking at 40 big blinds.
It's okay. It's been a long day.
It is, yeah.
There's 12. Even hearing them two say it's been a long day. They're 13 hours in, but they are guaranteed 7 figures. So although there is an empathetic ear or two, shoulder to crown perhaps, here in the booth, you know, it's tough to feel too much empathy. You've locked up 2 million, playing for 310. Pretty decent hourly.
Yeah, these guys have had a real good last 2 days.
𝐸𝐶𝐫's first event. I mean, he showed up late to the series. Perhaps it's his second. It is, yeah, he played the 50K. Didn't cash that.
Yeah, the way this match is going so far, Peter is just kind of seems to know where he's at pretty often. I mean, in the battle of these pots where no one really has very much, Peter's just kind of winning all of them. Like, if this pot goes check, check, like, Peter's going to bluff this river. If 𝐸𝐸𝐶𝐸 doesn't try to bluff himself here, I think Peter's going to bluff the river and win. Oh, well, now a 10, he might not win. But the way this is playing, like, 𝐸𝐸𝐶𝐸's showing that he's just checking down some really weak hands without bluffing. So I don't think Peter can let that happen and lose like 7 to like 8 or 9 high. So he's going to bet himself. And yeah, I mean, he's got this match figured out right now.
Well, 𝐸𝐸𝐶𝐸 finally getting to see one of those hands at Showdown. And when you see that after what we've seen the last 30 minutes or so, maybe that question does pop into the mind of, has this guy just been up to no good?
Yes and no. I mean, one of the differences is this pot, he min bet, and some of these other bluffs he hasn't. So he may or may not tell himself it was a bet sizing thing. But yeah, no, he might also, 𝐸𝐸𝐶𝐸 might also be asking questions like that.
Absolute trash. Yeah, it's on the bottom. And get these boys a coffee. Good old double espresso.
Doo-doo. Get these boys a coffee, double espresso.
Got DJ Rust in the booth. The remix.
My goodness. Ethereum is ripping. Knew I should have longed more Ethereum. Damn it.
𝐸𝐸𝐶𝐸𝐿 just open jamming.
Same with 𝐬𝐻𝐾oin.
Yeah, I missed that. That was rookie on my part. So 𝐸𝐸𝐶𝐸𝐿 are in that territory where he's open jamming button now. One more double up and he retakes the chip lead, so
Peter's lulling him to sleep. Let's limp it in. Keep the pot small.
take it to the streets.
Just keep checking it down. And once I know my opponent has nothing, if I can't beat anything, I bluff.
It's a good strat.
It's tried and true strategy.
Check.
Oh boy.
A little something for everybody.
Take a look at the old 10-9-8. Middle pair for 𝐸𝐸𝐶𝐸𝐿. Bottom pair on an open ender for the Belgian. Yeah, it's a nice one to check back. 5 of diamonds. Bricky turn card. See how 𝐸𝐸𝐶𝐸𝐿 wants to play this one. Just wants to try and get this 9 deuce to Showdown. Or at least to a river.
Does Peter also want to go down the yellow brick road? He says, yes, I do.
And now there's hands to get value from, perhaps. I mean, the 5-3 run out. There is the stab. It's a sizable one at that.
9.
Peter with no nonsense. Just makes the call pretty quickly. Nice little pickup there for 𝐬𝐮𝐬. I mean, that really makes a difference. 9.5 million now. There's our champion from event number 7, the 30K Turbo Quattro Bounty. 𝐼𝐡𝐚𝐧𝐬𝐿 Martirosyan, who really did impress in that 40K mystery bounty, picking up his first piece of Triton gold here in Monaco. Well played, sir. Going home with just shy of 900K, 891,000. And them all celebrating in the background. Final table was no easy feat. I mean, Renlin, Adrian Mateos, 𝐦𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐿, David Benefield, Ben 86, Espen Jorstad, Paulie V. Same to be said about this final table, which is often the case at Triton events. You hold a super high roller series such as this, it does attract the most talented players in the world. It's not often that you look at a Triton FT and think, I'd like my chances against that lineup.
No, it isn't.
Especially this one. I mean, this was pretty disgusting. Final 9. As 𝐬𝐮𝐬 has found a way to chop this. Snapped off, of course. Chop it up, boys.
Chop, I think. Is it?
Yeah, it's been a long day. Chop it up. Minutes left on the clock. Big blind 600K before one of the biggest jumps of the tournament. We'll go from big blind 600K to big blind 800K. 33% increase. That means the average stack will drop down to just 16 bigs. It does feel like it's inevitable to happen in the next 40 minutes or so. So 𝐬𝐮𝐬 checks his option out of the big. 𝐬𝐮 has been allowed to see a lot of flops. Playing a limp, heavy strategy on the button. And as Brian said earlier on, it's been a lot of pot controlling on flops and turns, and then whenever he's sensed weakness, just stealing it away on river cards. He's found quite a few successful bluffs
And he's doing it immediately here, which is a little bit different than his normal strategy.
𝐸𝐮𝐬 with the whack of the finger. Queen 9 with the 9 of hearts in hand. Comes with a check raise to 1.5. Gets the job done. He's up to 11 million. Closing that gap, which the Belgian had extended at one point. More than 2-1. These two hands could collide. I mean, king high v ace high. Gets the button limp. Jack 6-5. Both players completely whiffing. Could potentially say advantage 𝐸𝐮𝐬. King of clubs in hand. Comes out firing. See if he follows through on this turn after Peter's check called the flop.
This looks like a nice turn to keep betting for 𝐸𝐮𝐬 because he picks up a gutter. It's also, the 8 is also a scary card if Peter has a 5 or a 6, which is a decent chunk of his check call range here on the flop. So I think this is a really natural holding
1.8
to keep bluffing on this turn. So I like this find by 𝐸𝐮𝐬.
Yeah, nothing the Belgian can do. And look at this. I mean, it's practically tied. 𝐸𝐮𝐬 grinding it back. 𝐶 bigs plays 21. What do you know? Just what the doctor ordered.
Yep.
An epic heads-up battle. Well, you weren't wrong about 𝐸, were you, mate? Jesus. What a day to be alive. As expected. Hans limping button. I don't think he's raised a single button.
No.
The entirety of this heads-up match, by the way. He's had mostly trash, actually. I mean, there haven't really been any big traps. There was one pocket 8's hand. But other than that, been mostly from rags to riches. Beautiful turn card. Not to state the obvious, but turns 𝐸𝐮𝐬 dead. Yeah, wants to start building a pot. Unfortunately for him, 𝐸𝐳𝐫 with the nut low. So we're playing around 20 big blinds effective. Blinds are going to be going up in around 13 minutes time. The big blind 800K. Where they're going to drop down to like 16 big blinds each. Peter just taking a little power nap in between hands. How about that backdrop? Looks pretty dope at night. Ace Queen, 19 bigs on the button. Would love to see a limp here because Peter has attacked quite a few limps. Although the times that he has attacked it, it's been with decent hands. The Ace Jack and King Queen. Let's see if he mixes in some trashy hands. There we go. Little 4x. Just shy.
All in.
little shake of the head there from Peter, almost as if he had a conversation with himself in his head before raising to not do it, and then he did it, and then
like,
immediately, yeah.
See what happens when you don't listen to me.
Oh man, we've all been there. It's brilliant. It's like, God damn it. I knew I shouldn't have barreled this turn card. Shout out once again to 𝐼𝐸, picking up his first title. Can read all about it over on the Triton Poker Series Instagram page. Just click on our stories. Check out the articles that are written up after every final table. Well, 𝐸𝐳𝐫's turn to perhaps give some back to Peter as he's come for the 3x and change out in the big with the Queen 3.
And could we see Ace 3 just pile? Sorry, Ace 4 off, just pile? No, he's just going to defend.
King 10 rainbow. 𝐸𝐳𝐫 does have to be somewhat concerned about the limp calling range of Peter. But that's not going to stop him from continuing here. Goes really small. I mean, 1/7 pot. 600 into 4.6.
I don't know what this bet accomplishes immediately, because it definitely doesn't get anything better to fold.
That's a fun turn card.
But yeah, that's... I mean, I feel like this is a pretty mandatory continue bluff at this point. You've told the story, you bet super small on the flop, preserving both ranges from pre-flop.
Two into 5.8. He is setting up a river jam. There we go. Gets it done. And 𝐸𝐳𝐫, who had a 2-to-1 chip deficit, Just 20 hands ago. Has now regained the chip lead. Taken a 2-1 lead himself. $17 mil plays $9 million. Just 7 minutes left of big blind 600K. Peter running out of time. Needs to find something soon. No help on that flop. Wow, 𝐸𝐭 is just mashing now. Momentum has really shifted. Can taste title number 3. Locked up 2.3 million in that 4-way deal. Playing for 310,000. Queen 3 on the button for 13. Again, just continuing with this limping strategy. This one feels like a check. And check he does. Seeing a lot of flops in this heads-up match. That is quite the flop. Queen 10-5. Top pair for Peter. Gut shot for 𝐸𝐭. 1.8 out there. Peter playing defense as he turns 2 pair, top and bottom. Let's see if 𝐸𝐭 takes the bait. Bait he does. Probes for 1/3. I don't think Peter's going to be going for equity denial. Although having said that, against this small sizing, I think raising it up makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to try to get a full double, I think you have to raise here.
There is the raise, unfortunately for the 𝐸𝐭 fans. He's not going to get to see that river for free.
Nope.
Nice little clawback there. Sorry, 16 mil plays 10. Are there going to be late night celebrations for the Malaysians? Does the online Belgian crusher want to spoil the party? Carve it up, boys. Let's see who wants it more. Both players with the gut shot. Advantage Peter, the only player with a spade. Probing 1/3 on this ace of diamonds turn. Let's see if 𝐬𝐮𝐬 wants to wag the finger. And if so, in what fashion? He's just going to let go of it. Peter getting off a chop. These boys are absolutely knackered. 13.5 hours into this tournament. It feels like it was, what, 5 hours ago that a deal was made? Let's have a look. Yeah, 4.5 hours ago the deal was made.
The clock? Oh.
We were four-handed.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know. Huh.
That's insane. In it goes, one would assume. He's been limping a ton of buttons. 𝐬𝐮𝐬 just knuckles it. Blind's going up next hand. Jack 4-3. Peter with the best of it pre, still the case on this flop. He's going to take a stab, try and get some clarity on the hand. Deny some equity to hands exactly like this. That have 6 outs. Get some clearance. Yeah, we saw 𝐬𝐮𝐬 take a very similar line with a very similar holding just a few hands ago. Don't think it's going to work this time.
No, not first bottom pair. But there's a lot of interesting turn cards for 𝐬𝐮𝐬's hand, obviously. It's not one of them.
It seems like 𝐬𝐮𝐬 started to counter against what seems to be very limp, heavy strategy, stab flop attack from Peter. Seen him check raise a couple of boards now over the last few hands. So he makes his own adjustments. Can't do anything on this turn.
Yeah, it sounds like he started to get some hands from earlier in the heads-up match. Maybe a little help from the rail or whoever.
Yeah, he's got a decent rail. Webster Lim.
How can we
Danny
fight
Tang,
back here?
Punat Punsri.
This Peter guy's been doing XYZ, so we gotta counter him and take it to the streets.
He's got the team to do it. 9 titles on his rail. 5 for Danny, 2 for Punat, 2 for Webster. He's going to throw out a time bank. But Peter not beating any value. There are some hands that check raise flop.
Wow.
Slow down turn. Peter, that hand raise from Peter was very WTF. How about that, Michael 𝐿𝐭⁰ 18 mil plays 8 million.
And some impressive adjustments from 𝐿𝐭⁰, because I mean, a little bit ago in this heads-up match, he's
getting the rough end of the stick.
Yeah, Peter was kind of having his way with him and seemed to have him figured out a little bit. He was playing very passive. He definitely wasn't bluffing as much as he should have in some spots, I feel like. And I think Peter had figured that out and was taking advantage. And it looks like 𝐿𝐭⁰ has countered, made his counter adjustments. And
well, blinds going up to 400.
What was is no longer.
Peter down to 10 bigs. Clock reduced to 25 minutes. Music to Brian Rast's ears as the clock has gone
These guys
past 3.
are battling. Do you know it's 3 a.m. here?
13 and a half hours in they are. Little slow roll there from the dealer. We'll allow it. I mean, that's kind of exciting.
It is. Unlike this flop. The blinds have gotten enormous. These guys just don't have very many bigs.
You know, the deal was made 4.5 hours ago, bro. 4-handed.
These guys didn't get the memo, but once you make the deal, you can throw in some 3-bets, get it over, gamble a little bit. These guys are both playing in the 200K, right?
They are indeed.
Yeah, they just don't care. Oh, I think that was an ace that was exposed. Nobody, it's okay. You don't want that.
Ace of hearts, right?
Wow, I mean, that significantly changes things because...
Oh, yeah. Come on,
yeah.
one more ace.
Yeah, it would be called.
It would be called. That's insane, man.
I mean, I had an ace, bro. I would have called, yes. I would have called.
What happened there? So it just bounced off the top of the...
Yeah, I think it
puck,
hit.
or-
I think it hit the blind chips.
Wow. I mean, we've spoken about how there are different ways to run good in tournament poker. How about that one? Oh boy.
All in?
That's so sick. Butterfly effect is one of the sickest
King nine.
things
Oh,
in this game.
chop it up. King 10.
Wow, he would have been all in as a favorite, whatever. Ace 2 or 6 to 10-8 to just end it. But then now the very next hand, he's all in as a pretty big dog, 3-1 dog. Instead,
Peter's ready for bed, bro.
we all are.
There's a lot of opportunities there. Ace, king, queen, jack.
Opportunities are chop-tastic.
Or 6.
Oh,
Now throw a 4 into the mix.
it's not a very choppy card. How about a 5 of hearts?
Chop it up.
Chop is good.
That's the first one to realise that they're chopping it up. Danny Tang celebrating. They'll take it. So the show goes on. Peter with 10 bigs, 𝐿𝐮𝐬 with 22. 𝐿𝐮𝐬's done a great job of really fighting his way back into this one. He was down to around 5.5 million in this heads-up match at one point. Peter had more than 20 mil. He's clawed back. Eight deuce suited.
Limp, maybe?
9.5 bigs. There's the limp.
Not gonna get through. I think maybe what they have like 10 bigs. You could probably do like 2 million instead of ripping with
2 million.
yeah.
I think the real sick players checking back, knowing that your guy's got 2 undercards, just let him spike top pair and stack him.
I don't know about that.
I know, bro. I'm just, you know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to find ways to get all the money in the middle.
Well, they are playing 10 blinds right now, so I have a feeling finally at the part where it's not much of an option. These guys look ready. Just give someone, and well, not these kind of cards.
Do you know what I'm looking forward to? The drilling that starts at 10 a.m. Really looking forward to that, man. That's just 7 hours away.
Dude, do you have noise canceling headphones or ear? I have noise canceling AirPods. Yeah, I use them along with,
Yeah.
to then sleep, starting then.
Okay. So you get the nice little wake up, you put the AirPods in and then go back to sleep.
And the eye shades, eye mask.
Strong, man. I mean, I told you, you're the guy that's got this stuff figured out.
If there's a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the beat while the DJ revolves it. Ice, ice, baby. No, 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 no.
Oh, man. Brian Rass, ladies and gentlemen, I mean.
It's that late night delirium.
I mean, is it? Or is this just, you know, you're just showing us another layer to your onion?
I think it's both.
𝐿𝐮𝐬 has Peter on the ropes here, by the way. I mean,
call.
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐸 with 21 million. 4-1 chip lead. One hand on the trophy. Looking for his third title, guaranteed to move up to number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list, which in itself is quite the achievement when you look at that top 10. It's just high roller after high roller. Good luck to the 18-year-old Malaysians out there with aspirations of perhaps one day becoming number 1 on Malaysia's all-time money list. Peter with 3.6 now, forced to fold.
I mean, it seems like the tournaments don't get smaller. You never know what the future of poker will hold. We were just commenting earlier about chips implanted in brains. That if that ever happens, that'll make playing poker, I don't know. I mean, kind of outdated, right? Like everybody's just going to be able to have a solver in their brain. And
Man, he's got 4 bigs, bro. 10 high. In it goes. I mean,
it's a tough spot.
We have to put in 50% of our stack next hand otherwise.
But we have a really bad hand this hand.
10 high, heads up. I don't know. It's the 5th highest card in the deck.
I think I would fold it.
All in.
All right. Peter agrees with you.
Yeah, go time.
4.5 blinds.
Go time. Nice shake of the head there from Peter. I mean, I think pretty frustrated by the way this match has played out. Now finds himself 5 cards away from elimination. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐸 looking for title number 3. There's a 4 in the window, which is currently good on the 9-4-3. No diamond in sight. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐸 looking for a queen or a 7 to lift trophy number 3. Doesn't find it.
Wow, what a spot right there just to end it.
Show goes on.
Indeed it does.
Peter back up to 10 bigs. It's been running well in all ends.
I think you're right. Just any 10.
I have no idea.
With the big blind ante.
Yeah, that's my thought. It's like
I think actually without an ante it wouldn't be.
Yeah,
but
I
with
agree.
an ante it is, I think, just a 10.
Next
time
time you have to put in literally 50% of your stack. If you surrender the small. Man, that's tough. That's tough. We asked for an epic heads-up battle, and these two really delivered.
6 behind, is that correct? Is that correct?
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐸 came in
6 plus, yeah. Behind. Thank you.
as the chip leader.
7 total.
I think it was 50 bigs playing 38. He ran away with it for a bit at the start. Then Peter turned it around, had 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐸 all the way down to 6 million.
All in.
And 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐸 bounced back. Had Peter down to just 4 bigs. And all in for his tournament life. This is close, you know.
I think Jack-8 suited is a call here. We're talking, what, 8 big blinds? To me, this is less close than the last hand.
He's going to make the call. Back-to-back all-ins.
9-10 against Jack 8.
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜 now needs to get lucky. To end it. All in brought to you by WPT Global. If Peter can just hold here with Jack high, he's going to retake the chip lead. Eight high flop doesn't really change anything. 𝐬𝐮𝐬 still in need. A 9 or a 10.
No spade working.
Picks up 4 additional outs. 10, 9 or a 7 for title number 3. Danny Tang on the rail. Can he find it? No. The show goes on. And Peter 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 has taken the chip lead at 3 o'clock in the morning. 5 hours after they made a deal four-handed. Battling it out for the additional 310K.
6, 7 million 1, yeah?
And of course, that coveted Triton trophy. That's rough, man. I mean, that ace of hearts being exposed.
Yeah. That's
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
changed things in a way that hasn't been good for 𝐬𝐻𝐻, but has been for Peter.
So a quick reminder of that deal, because I'm sure there are a lot of viewers that have only just stumbled into the stream over the last 30 minutes or so. Four-handed, they struck a deal. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 taking the lion's share of the prize pool, 2.3 million. Peter guaranteed 1,924,000. Playing for additional 310K.
Peter back to his limp strategy now that they're above 10 blinds, but it's likely 𝐬𝐻𝐻 will just rip this in.
Yeah, this is going in and this is getting snapped. And Peter.
In call.
Going for the 1, 2, 3 was down to 3.5 million just 2 hands ago. Now a 68% favorite to close out this 100K and win his second title. Both players remain unimproved on the Queen 7-3. There's one club out there. Wow. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 looking for a jack and a jack only to stay alive. Can't find it.
Good game, sir. Well played.
Game, man.
What
Peter
a
𝐼𝐻𝐻.
heads-up
That was
duel.
epic, man.
Part of the game.
There's back and forth.
Close by no cigar.
Chip leads getting exchanged. That was wild.
Wow. What a battle. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 came in with the chip lead, ran away with it for a bit early on. Then 𝐼𝐻𝐻 had 𝐬𝐻𝐻 all the way down to 5.5 million. Then 𝐬𝐻𝐻 bounced back, had Peter down to just 3.6 million, but 3 hands in a row for the Belgian. Winning all ins is what you need to do to win tournaments. That's exactly what he did. Second place for 𝐬𝐻𝐻. His best Triton cash to date, $2,305,000 after that four-handed deal. But Peter taking home that additional 310 and of course picking up his second Triton title